What if I told you that the greatest victory is the one that requires no battle? More than 2,500 years ago, Sun Tzu wrote a book so powerful that military generals, CEOs, politicians, and athletes still study it today. But this isn't really a book about war, it's a book about winning. Let's see how. Most people think success comes from working harder, fighting harder, and pushing harder. Sun Tzu disagreed. He believed that the smartest victory is achieved before the fight even begins. That single idea changed military history and still shapes strategy today. Imagine two armies facing each other. One has more soldiers, more weapons, and more resources. Yet the smaller army wins. How? According to Sun Tzu, victory belongs not to the strongest, but to the wisest strategist. Imagine waking up every morning knowing that war could arrive at your doorstep at any moment. A world where kingdoms rise and fall in a single generation. Where alliances are made in secret and broken without warning. Where survival depends not on who is strongest, but on who is smartest. In this dangerous age, rulers search desperately for an advantage. Generals study every move of their enemies. And one quiet strategist begins to see patterns that everyone else is missing. Patterns that will eventually become one of the most influential books ever written. The year is somewhere around the 5th century BC. There is no China as we know it today. No single emperor. No united nation. No lasting peace. Instead, the land is divided among rival states. Each one hungry for power. Each one afraid of being conquered by the others. This ancient book contains a lesson that many modern leaders still ignore. By the end of this explanation, you'll understand why Sun Tzu believed that the best warriors win without fighting. The Art of War by Sun Tzu, a timeless masterclass in strategy, psychology, and human decision-making. The Art of War, the ancient blueprint for strategic thinking and human nature. This is a guided intellectual journey through Art of War by Sun Tzu, and let's dive deep in the book now. Few books have influenced as many fields as The Art of War by Sun Tzu. Written more than 2,000 years ago, it is often described as a military treatise, but that description only captures part of its significance. What makes the book remarkable is not its discussion of warfare. It is the way it explores decision-making, strategy, timing, leadership, and human behavior under pressure. That is why it continues to be read by military officers, business leaders, athletes, students, and ordinary readers seeking a deeper understanding of how successful outcomes are created. What the book is about at its core, The Art of War argues that victory is rarely determined by strength alone. Instead, success comes from understanding the situation, the environment, timing, preparation, the psychology of people involved. Sun Tzu repeatedly emphasizes that the best victories are often achieved before conflict begins. In other words, preparation and positioning matter more than force. This is one of the reasons the book feels surprisingly modern despite its age. What makes the book unique? Most books about competition focus on action. Sun Tzu focuses on what happens before action. He asks readers to think about, how well do you understand the situation? Are you acting from clarity or emotion? Are conditions favorable? Is this conflict even necessary? These questions transform the book from a military text into a broader philosophy of strategic thinking. One of the book's greatest strengths is its simplicity. Many of its ideas are expressed in short, memorable statements that can be applied across different areas of life. Strengths of the book: 1. Timeless wisdom. The principles are surprisingly adaptable. Whether applied to business, sports, leadership, negotiation, or personal decision-making, the core lessons remain relevant because they deal with human behavior rather than technology or specific historical circumstances. 2. Encourages strategic thinking. The book teaches readers to look beyond immediate problems. Instead of reacting impulsively, it encourages observation, planning, and understanding before action. This shift alone can change how people approach challenges. 3. Focus on efficiency. One of Sun Tzu's most valuable insights is that success often comes from reducing unnecessary effort. The book repeatedly emphasizes intelligent action rather than constant action. 4. Psychological depth. Many readers are surprised by how much of the book deals with psychology. Sun Tzu understands that fear, anger, ego, impatience, and misunderstanding can influence outcomes as much as physical strength. Weaknesses of the book. 1. Extremely brief. The book is short. Because of this, many ideas are presented in condensed form without extensive explanation. Modern readers often need commentary or interpretation to fully appreciate the meaning behind certain passages. 2. Easy to misinterpret. Because the text is concise, readers sometimes project their own beliefs onto it. Some interpret it as a guide to manipulation or aggression when the book often emphasizes restraint and avoiding unnecessary conflict. 3. Abstract. In places, certain sections assume familiarity with military concepts from ancient China. Without context, some passages can feel distant or overly general. Who should read it? This book is especially valuable for leaders and managers, entrepreneurs, students of psychology, negotiators, athletes, and coaches, readers interested in philosophy, anyone who wants to improve decision-making under pressure. Even readers with no interest in military history can find useful insights in its principles. What readers often take away after finishing The Art of War. Many readers realize the book is not really about conflict. It is about understanding situations before acting, understanding people before judging, understanding conditions before committing resources, and perhaps most importantly, understanding yourself before making decisions. The Art of War remains one of the most influential strategy books ever written, not because it teaches people how to fight, but because it teaches them how to think. Its lessons on timing, preparation, awareness, and emotional control continue to resonate centuries after it was written. The book's greatest achievement is that it transforms strategy from a subject about conflict into a way of understanding life itself. If you read The Art of War expecting a manual for winning battles, you may be surprised. If you read it as a study of judgment, timing, and human behavior under uncertainty, you will understand why it has endured for more than 2 millennia. Before we dive more, there's a question. What is the core question about The Art of War? The core question behind The Art of War isn't, how do I win? In the simple sense. It's deeper and more structural. How do outcomes get decided before action even begins? But we can even rephrase it in slightly different ways. The same core question shows up again and again. How do I understand a situation well enough that I don't need to force it? What determines advantage before conflict starts? How do I act at the right time instead of the fastest time? How do I avoid unnecessary struggle by reading conditions correctly? What matters more, effort or positioning and timing? Everything in the book spirals out of that. At its deepest level, Sun Tzu is not asking about fighting at all. He is asking, how do you make decisions so aligned with reality that conflict becomes optional or already decided? So the real core idea isn't war. It's this tension. Reaction vs understanding, force vs positioning, action vs timing. And the entire book is built around training the mind to consistently choose the second option. Now let's start. This book has influenced generals, business leaders, and politicians for centuries. But its most powerful lesson is also its most surprising. The best way to win is often not to fight at all. What if everything you've been taught about winning is wrong? What if victory doesn't belong to the strongest, the fastest, or even the bravest? More than 2,500 years ago, an ancient Chinese strategist named Sun Tzu proposed a radical idea. The greatest victory is the one achieved without fighting. At first, that sounds impossible. After all, how can you win a battle without stepping onto the battlefield? Yet this simple principle has influenced military commanders, political leaders, business executives, and competitive athletes for centuries. His book, The Art of War, is often described as a military manual. But that description barely scratches the surface. Because this is not merely a book about armies. It is a book about strategy. It is a book about understanding people. It is a book about recognizing opportunities before others can see them. And perhaps most importantly, it is a book about avoiding costly mistakes. As we journey through this remarkable work chapter by chapter, we'll discover why Sun Tzu believed that preparation outweighs strength, why intelligence is often more powerful than force, and why the wisest leaders seek victory before conflict even begins. So settle in. Imagine the ancient world. Rival kingdoms competing for power, armies marching across vast landscapes, and leaders facing decisions that could determine the fate of entire nations. From that turbulent environment emerged ideas so timeless that they continue to shape the modern world. Our journey begins with Chapter 1, Laying Plans. And here, Sun Tzu introduces a principle that may be the foundation of every success story ever written. The battle is often won before it begins. But what exactly does that mean? Let's find out. There are books that become famous, and then there are books that quietly outlive empires. The art of war belongs to the second category. For more than 2,000 years, this small collection of ideas has survived the rise and fall of kingdoms, the collapse of dynasties, and the transformation of warfare itself. Generals have studied it. Politicians have quoted it. Business leaders have borrowed from it. Even people with no interest in military history continue to find something valuable within its pages. That alone raises an interesting question. What is it about this ancient text that has allowed it to endure for so long? After all, most books are products of their time. They address the concerns of a particular generation and gradually fade into the background as the world changes. Yet the art of war remains remarkably difficult to leave behind. Part of the answer is that Sun Tzu was never really writing only about war. Yes, armies march through these pages. Battles are discussed. Victories and defeats are examined. But beneath the military language lies something much broader. This is a book about strategy, about judgment, about understanding situations clearly before acting. And perhaps most importantly, it is a book about recognizing that many battles are lost long before they begin. That idea may sound obvious, but the more closely we examine Sun Tzu's work, the more we discover how rarely people follow this principle. Again and again, individuals rush forward without understanding the circumstances around them. They act before they think. They confuse confidence with competence. They mistake movement for progress. Sun Tzu believed that these mistakes were not accidental. They were predictable. And because they were predictable, they could be avoided. That conviction forms the foundation of everything that follows. As we move through this book chapter by chapter, we won't simply examine what Sun Tzu says. We'll explore why these ideas have remained relevant for centuries, and what they reveal about conflict, decision-making, leadership, and human nature itself. So let us begin where Sun Tzu begins. Not with soldiers, not with weapons, not even with war, but with preparation. Chapter 1 is traditionally known as Laying Plans. And from the very first lines, Sun Tzu makes it clear that victory is not primarily determined on the battlefield. It is determined beforehand. The battlefield merely reveals the result. Let's take a closer look. Chapter 1, Laying Plans. Sun Tzu opens the book with a statement that immediately reveals how seriously he views his subject. According to him, war is a matter of vital importance to the state. It is not a game. It is not an opportunity for glory. And it is certainly not something that should be approached carelessly. For Sun Tzu, war is a matter that can determine survival or destruction, security or collapse. Entire nations may depend upon the decisions made before a campaign ever begins. Because the stakes are so high, he argues that nothing should be left to chance. Everything must be examined. Everything must be weighed. Everything must be understood. This emphasis on preparation may seem straightforward, but it represents a significant shift in thinking. Many people imagine victory as something achieved through courage, determination, or superior strength. We tend to focus on the dramatic moment, when two sides finally confront one another. Sun Tzu's attention is elsewhere. He is interested in what happens before that moment arrives. What conversations took place? What information was gathered? What assumptions were made? What risks were overlooked? What advantages were quietly created? These are the questions that matter to him. In many ways, Chapter 1 is less about warfare and more about perception. Sun Tzu believes that good decisions begin with clear observation. Before acting, a leader must understand both the external situation and the internal condition of their own side. To help evaluate this, he introduces several factors that should be carefully considered. The details themselves are important, but the larger lesson is even more important. Never make a decision while blind to the forces shaping the outcome. It sounds simple, yet history repeatedly shows how difficult this principle can be to follow. People often act first and evaluate later. They become attached to a plan and then ignore evidence that contradicts it. They assume success because they want success. They mistake hope for strategy. Sun Tzu warns against all of this. Again and again, he brings the reader back to the same fundamental idea: reality matters more than wishes. A commander who understands the situation clearly possesses an advantage long before the first move is made. A commander who does not understand the situation is already in danger, even if that danger remains invisible. This is one of the reasons the art of war has remained relevant far beyond military circles. Whether someone is leading a company, managing a project, entering a negotiation, or making a major life decision, the principle remains remarkably similar. The quality of the outcome often depends on the quality of the preparation. The visible result is usually the final chapter of a story that began much earlier. As Chapter 1 progresses, Sun Tzu introduces another idea that will appear throughout the entire book: calculation, comparison, assessment. Before committing to action, one must compare strengths and weaknesses, opportunities and risks, advantages and disadvantages. In other words, strategy begins with honesty. Not optimism, not confidence, honesty. The willingness to see things exactly as they are. That may sound easy. In reality, it is one of the most difficult tasks any leader faces, because reality often challenges our assumptions. And assumptions, once established, are surprisingly difficult to abandon. Sun Tzu understood this. Perhaps that is why he places so much emphasis on careful evaluation before discussing tactics, movement, or battle itself. He is building the foundation first. Everything else depends upon it. And with that foundation established, he begins guiding us toward the next major question. If preparation is essential, and if war carries enormous costs, then how should a leader think about conflict itself? How long can a campaign continue before victory becomes indistinguishable from loss? That question leads directly into Chapter 2. A chapter concerned not with how wars are won, but with what wars consume. As we continue, remember one thing: this is not the audiobook, or rewriting the book. We are diving deeper in the details of the book. Chapter 2, Waging War. In the first chapter, Sun Tzu argued that success begins long before any battle takes place. Preparation, observation, and careful calculation form the foundation of effective strategy. Now he turns to a different problem: cost. Not simply the cost of money, though that certainly matters. Not simply the cost of supplies, equipment, and transportation. Sun Tzu is interested in something larger. He wants the reader to understand that every conflict consumes resources, energy, and time. The longer a struggle continues, the greater the burden becomes. This may seem obvious, yet it is remarkable how often leaders throughout history have forgotten it. At the beginning of a campaign, attention is usually focused on objectives. What can be gained? What can be achieved? What advantages might be secured? Far less attention is given to what must be spent. Sun Tzu refuses to ignore this side of the equation. He reminds us that armies require food. Soldiers require support. Equipment wears out, resources diminish, and perhaps most importantly, morale begins to erode. What appears manageable in the early stages of a conflict can become overwhelming if allowed to continue indefinitely. For this reason, Sun Tzu repeatedly emphasizes speed and efficiency. This is not because he enjoys aggression, nor is it because he underestimates the complexity of war. Rather, he understands that prolonged conflict creates problems of its own. Even victories become expensive. Even successful campaigns can weaken those who wage them. A nation may defeat its enemy and still find itself exhausted by the effort. This is one of the more practical aspects of Sun Tzu's thinking. He rarely allows himself to become distracted by grand ambitions. Again and again, he returns to realities that cannot be ignored. Resources are finite. Energy is finite. Time is finite. Any strategy that forgets these facts is already becoming dangerous. What makes this chapter particularly interesting is how easily its lessons extend beyond warfare. Most people will never command an army. Yet nearly everyone has experienced situations that resemble the kind of prolonged struggle Sun Tzu describes. Businesses become trapped in failing projects because too much has already been invested. Organizations continue ineffective policies because abandoning them feels like admitting defeat. Individuals remain locked in arguments long after any meaningful resolution has become possible. In each case, the pattern is surprisingly similar. The longer the conflict continues, the harder it becomes to step back and reassess. Momentum takes over. Pride becomes involved. Resources continue to disappear. And eventually, the original objective becomes difficult to remember. Sun Tzu warns against this kind of thinking. He encourages leaders to remain focused on outcomes rather than becoming emotionally attached to the struggle itself. That distinction matters because people often begin pursuing victory and end up preserving conflict. The two are not always the same thing. There is another theme quietly emerging beneath the surface of this chapter. Efficiency. Not efficiency in the modern corporate sense. Something deeper. Sun Tzu consistently looks for the path that achieves the desired result with the least unnecessary expenditure of effort. He does not admire waste. He does not glorify suffering. He does not assume that greater sacrifice automatically produces greater success. Instead, he asks a simple question. What is the most effective way to achieve the objective? That question will guide much of the book. And in many ways, it challenges a common belief that harder is always better. For Sun Tzu, effectiveness matters more than appearance. Results matter more than displays of effort. A strategy should be judged by what it accomplishes, not by how dramatic it appears. As Chapter 2 draws to a close, a larger pattern begins to emerge. Preparation matters. Resources matter. Efficiency matters. But there is still something missing. Even the best prepared army cannot succeed if it fails to understand the nature of strength itself. What creates a genuine advantage? What separates a position of power from a position of vulnerability? Those questions bring us to the next chapter. A chapter in which Sun Tzu begins examining one of the most important concepts in the entire book. The relationship between strength, weakness, and the conditions that make victory possible. Chapter 3. Attack by stratagem. By the time we reach the third chapter, a pattern has already begun to emerge. Sun Tzu has told us that preparation matters. He has warned us about the costs of prolonged conflict. Now he turns his attention to a question that lies at the heart of strategy itself. What does victory actually look like? At first, the answer may seem obvious. Victory means defeating your opponent, winning the battle, achieving the objective. But Sun Tzu is rarely satisfied with obvious answers. Again and again, he asks the reader to look beneath the surface of things. And here, he makes one of the most important observations in the entire book. The highest form of victory is not winning a battle. It is making the battle unnecessary. This idea is so simple that it can be easy to overlook. Yet it challenges many of our assumptions about success. Across history, people have often admired dramatic victories. We celebrate decisive battles, heroic last stands, and moments of triumph against overwhelming odds. Sun Tzu sees things differently. He is not impressed by unnecessary struggle. He is not interested in victories that come at enormous cost when a better alternative was available. For him, true mastery lies in achieving one's objective while avoiding destruction, waste, and risk whenever possible. This is the difference between a tactician and a strategist. The tactician asks how to win the fight. The strategist asks whether the fight is necessary at all. That distinction may be one of the reasons this book has remained influential for so long. Because the principle extends far beyond warfare. Consider how often people become trapped by the belief that every challenge must be confronted directly. Arguments escalate because neither side wishes to step back. Competitors exhaust themselves trying to overpower one another. Organizations become consumed by rivalries that ultimately benefit no one. In each case, energy is spent on conflict that might have been avoided through better thinking. Sun Tzu invites us to consider another possibility. What if the greatest skill is not defeating an opponent? What if it is shaping events so effectively that open confrontation never becomes necessary? This does not mean avoiding action, nor does it mean surrendering important goals. Rather, it means recognizing that force is only one tool among many. Influence, preparation, positioning, timing. These can often accomplish what force alone cannot. As the chapter continues, Sun Tzu develops this idea further. A wise leader seeks to preserve rather than destroy whenever possible. An intact city is preferable to a ruined one. An intact army is preferable to a shattered one. A stable situation is preferable to a chaotic one. This preference for preservation reveals something important about his philosophy. Sun Tzu is not fascinated by conflict. He is fascinated by effectiveness. His concern is not whether a strategy appears impressive. His concern is whether it works. And the more one reads this chapter, the more apparent that distinction becomes. There is a practical realism to Sun Tzu's thinking. He understands that every victory creates consequences. Every decision produces effects that continue long after the immediate problem has been solved. A strategy that achieves success while minimizing damage is therefore superior to one that achieves the same result through destruction. This way of thinking requires patience. It requires discipline. Most importantly, it requires the ability to resist the temptation of immediate action. Human beings often feel compelled to do something, anything, even when waiting would be wiser, even when observation would be more useful, even when a better opportunity is about to emerge. Sun Tzu repeatedly cautions against this impulse. The strongest move is not always the most visible one. The most effective strategy is not always the most dramatic. And the greatest victory may not resemble victory at all until one looks back and sees how events unfolded. By now, another feature of Sun Tzu's philosophy is becoming increasingly clear. He views conflict as a problem to be managed intelligently, not a stage upon which courage and glory are displayed. That perspective sets him apart from many military thinkers who came after him. And it prepares us for the next stage of the journey. Because if victory depends upon understanding situations more clearly than others do, then another question naturally arises. How does one create that advantage? How does a leader position themselves so that success becomes increasingly likely before any confrontation begins? Those questions lead directly into the next chapter. A chapter concerned with disposition, positioning, and the quiet foundations upon which victory is built. Chapter 4. Tactical dispositions. If the previous chapter explored what true victory looks like, this chapter begins examining the conditions that make such victory possible. And almost immediately, Sun Tzu shifts our attention away from the battlefield itself. He is less interested in dramatic moments than in the circumstances that produce them. That may sound like a small distinction. It isn't. Most people focus on outcomes. Sun Tzu focuses on conditions. Most people notice the victory. Sun Tzu asks what made the victory possible in the first place. This difference lies at the heart of his thinking. According to Sun Tzu, skilled leaders do not depend on luck. They do not place themselves in situations where success requires miracles. Instead, they work patiently to create favorable conditions before decisive action becomes necessary. This idea appears repeatedly throughout the chapter. The truly skillful commander first makes defeat unlikely. Only then does he look for opportunities to achieve victory. At first glance, this may seem like common sense. Yet history suggests otherwise. Human beings have always been attracted to bold gambles. We admire stories of impossible odds and last-minute triumphs. We celebrate the individual who succeeds despite overwhelming disadvantages. Sun Tzu offers a quieter perspective. Rather than relying on extraordinary effort to overcome poor circumstances, he prefers to create circumstances in which success becomes increasingly probable. There is something almost mathematical about this approach. Not because strategy can be reduced to numbers, but because Sun Tzu consistently thinks in terms of probabilities rather than hopes. He seeks advantages. He minimizes vulnerabilities. He reduces uncertainty wherever possible. And by doing so, he steadily shifts the balance in his favor. What makes this idea particularly interesting is that it often remains invisible. When a strategy succeeds, observers tend to focus on the final result. They see the victory. They see the achievement. What they often fail to notice are the countless decisions that quietly made that outcome more likely. Preparation rarely attracts attention. Discipline rarely attracts attention. Patience rarely attracts attention. Yet these are often the forces shaping events behind the scenes. Sun Tzu understands this. In fact, one could argue that much of the art of war is an attempt to direct our attention toward factors that are easy to overlook. The visible event is only part of the story. The invisible preparation matters just as much. Perhaps even more. As the chapter develops, another theme begins to emerge. The difference between controlling oneself and controlling circumstances. Many people spend their lives trying to force the world to behave according to their wishes. Sun Tzu's approach is different. He begins with what can actually be controlled. Preparation, organization, discipline, position, awareness. These are things that lie within one's influence. And because they can be influenced, they deserve attention. This may explain why Sun Tzu places so much emphasis on readiness. A prepared leader cannot guarantee success. No one can. But preparation changes the odds. It creates options. It reduces vulnerability. It increases resilience when circumstances become difficult. In that sense, readiness becomes a form of strength, not the dramatic strength associated with force. A quieter strength, a steadier strength, the kind that remains useful long after excitement has faded. There is also a certain humility in this chapter. Sun Tzu never assumes complete control over events. He recognizes that uncertainty will always exist. Unexpected developments will occur. Circumstances will change. No strategy is perfect, but uncertainty is not an excuse for carelessness. If anything, it makes preparation even more important. Because while we cannot eliminate uncertainty, we can prepare for it. And that distinction matters. The commander who waits for perfect conditions may wait forever. The commander who prepares intelligently is ready when opportunity arrives. By the end of the chapter, a clearer picture of Sun Tzu's philosophy is beginning to take shape. Victory is not something seized at the last moment. It is something built gradually, piece by piece, decision by decision, preparation by preparation, long before the outcome becomes visible to anyone else. And with that understanding in place, Sun Tzu is ready to explore another force that influences success. Not preparation, not positioning, but momentum. The power generated when favorable conditions begin working together. That is where the next chapter takes us. A chapter concerned with energy, force, and the remarkable difference between effort and leverage. As the chapters progress, hope you have started creating a stronger sense that is gradually entering Sun Tzu's worldview. For example, Chapter 1 teaches preparation. Chapter 2 teaches cost. Chapter 3 teaches strategic victory. Chapter 4 teaches conditions. By now, you should begin noticing that Sun Tzu rarely talks about courage, glory, or heroism. That's not an accident. One of the striking things about the art of war is what Sun Tzu chooses not to emphasize. Many military traditions celebrate bravery above all else. Sun Tzu rarely does. Again and again, he redirects our attention toward judgment, preparation, positioning, and restraint. Chapter 5. Energy. By this point in the art of war, a pattern is becoming difficult to ignore. Sun Tzu rarely relies on dramatic action as the foundation of success. Instead, he builds everything on preparation, positioning, and understanding. But preparation alone is not enough. A well-prepared army still needs a way to apply its advantage. A carefully positioned leader still needs to turn that position into results. This is where Chapter 5 begins to shift the focus. From structure to execution, from readiness to movement, Sun Tzu introduces the idea of energy. Not energy in the modern physical sense, but something closer to momentum. The ability to concentrate force effectively and direct it at the right moment. What matters here is not simply how much strength exists, but how that strength is organized and used. Sun Tzu draws a quiet but important distinction between two kinds of effort. Effort that is scattered, and effort that is focused. At first glance, the difference may seem minor, but in practice, it changes everything. Scattered effort drains quickly. Focused effort builds pressure. One weakens over time. The other grows more decisive as it unfolds. This idea reflects a deeper theme in Sun Tzu's thinking. He is rarely impressed by intensity alone. He is more interested in direction. Many situations fail not because there is too little effort, but because that effort is misapplied. People act but without alignment. They move but without coordination. They try harder instead of trying smarter. Sun Tzu suggests a different approach. The effective leader does not rely on constant exertion. Instead, they create conditions where effort becomes naturally concentrated, where actions reinforce each other, where separate movements begin to form a single force. At that point, something changes. What once required strain begins to feel almost inevitable. There is also a subtle shift in tone in this chapter. Earlier chapters focused heavily on preparation and structure. Here, Sun Tzu begins to show how those foundations come alive. Preparation is no longer static. It becomes dynamic. Position is no longer just placement. It becomes potential energy waiting to be released. This is one of the more understated transitions in the book. Sun Tzu is slowly teaching that strategy is not just about avoiding mistakes or minimizing risk. It is about shaping how events unfold once action begins. And that requires understanding how force behaves over time, not just in a single moment. A useful way to think about this is the difference between pushing something repeatedly versus directing it properly from the start. One requires constant effort. The other requires alignment. Sun Tzu consistently favors the second approach, not because he dislikes hard work, but because he understands that unnecessary effort often signals poor strategy. As the chapter develops, another idea becomes clearer. Timing matters as much as strength. A force applied too early can be wasted. A force applied too late can be irrelevant. But a force applied at the right moment, when conditions are aligned, can feel disproportionately powerful. This is where energy becomes strategy. Not just action, not just effort, but controlled deployment of strength under the right conditions. By the end of the chapter, Sun Tzu has not introduced a new battlefield technique. Instead, he has refined how we think about action itself. He has shown that effectiveness depends less on how much energy is used, and more on how intelligently it is directed. And with that idea in place, another question naturally emerges. If energy must be concentrated and properly directed, then how does one avoid becoming predictable? How does a strategist prevent their intentions from being read too early? That question leads directly into the next chapter. A chapter that explores form, invisibility, and the importance of not revealing one's structure before the right moment. Chapter 6. Weak points and strong. By now, Sun Tzu's thinking is starting to feel less like a series of separate lessons and more like a connected way of seeing situations. Each chapter builds on the previous one, almost quietly. Preparation leads into positioning. Positioning leads into energy. And now attention shifts again to something more subtle. Not just how force is used, but where it is directed. Sun Tzu begins this chapter with a simple but powerful idea. Every situation contains areas of strength and areas of weakness. The skill lies in recognizing the difference between the two. At first, this may sound straightforward. Most people would agree that strong points should be defended and weak points should be avoided. But Sun Tzu is not simply offering advice about caution. He is describing something more strategic. In real situations, strength and weakness are not fixed. They depend on perception, timing, and position. What appears strong in one moment may become vulnerable in another. What seems weak may hide unexpected advantage. This fluidity is what makes strategy complex and interesting. Sun Tzu suggests that the skilled leader does not engage where the opponent is strongest. That may sound obvious, but in practice it is often ignored. Many conflicts become difficult not because one side is weaker overall, but because both sides choose to meet where resistance is highest. Strength against strength, pressure against pressure. Instead of looking for imbalance, they create collision. Sun Tzu takes a different approach. He looks for separation, for gaps, for areas where resistance is low and opportunity is high. In other words, effectiveness comes not from matching force directly, but from choosing the right point of contact. This idea quietly changes how one understands conflict. It shifts focus away from confrontation and toward observation. Before acting, one must understand not only one's own position, but also the structure of the opposing situation. Where is it stable? Where is it strained? Where is it overextended? Where is it unprepared? These are the kinds of questions Sun Tzu encourages the reader to consider. Not as abstract theory, but as practical awareness. Another important idea appears in this chapter. Strength is not only about resources. It is also about cohesion. A well-organized position, even if small, can be difficult to break. A disorganized position, even if large, can collapse under pressure. This means that appearances can be misleading. Size does not guarantee strength, and weakness is not always visible at first glance. Sun Tzu's attention to these hidden dynamics reflects a broader principle. Reality is rarely as simple as it looks. Effective strategy requires looking beyond surface impressions. It requires patience and restraint. Instead of reacting immediately, Sun Tzu encourages observation first. Understanding before action. Position before pressure. This way of thinking naturally leads to a different kind of behavior. Less impulsive, more deliberate, less focused on direct confrontation, more focused on intelligent engagement. As the chapter develops, a pattern begins to emerge more clearly. Sun Tzu is not teaching how to fight harder. He is teaching how to avoid fighting where you are disadvantaged. And more importantly, how to create situations where advantage naturally appears. This is not about aggression. It is about alignment, aligning effort with opportunity, and avoiding unnecessary resistance. By the end of the chapter, another transition becomes visible. If success depends on recognizing weakness and strength in motion, then the next challenge is time itself. Because situations do not remain still. They shift, they evolve, and they often change faster than people expect. This brings us to the next chapter, a chapter concerned not just with structure, but with movement, adaptation, and the ability to respond without losing control. Chapter 7. Maneuvering at this stage in the art of war, a quiet realization begins to settle in. Sun Tzu is not building a collection of isolated ideas. He is constructing a system of movement. Each principle so far has described a different layer of strategy, preparation, positioning, energy, and the recognition of strength and weakness. Now the focus shifts again, this time to movement itself. Not movement in the simple sense of physical relocation, but the deeper challenge of adjusting strategy in response to changing conditions. Sun Tzu understands something that many leaders overlook. Situations rarely remain stable. What looks like an advantage today may shift tomorrow. What appears predictable can quickly become uncertain. Because of this, strategy cannot remain fixed. It must be capable of adaptation. But adaptation is not as simple as reacting. Reaction is often too slow, or too emotional, or too unstructured. Instead, Sun Tzu emphasizes something more disciplined. Maneuvering, the ability to move with purpose, not panic. To adjust without losing coherence. To respond without losing direction. This distinction matters. Many failures in strategy do not come from a lack of intelligence, but from a lack of control under changing conditions. When pressure increases, people tend to either freeze or rush. Neither response is effective. Sun Tzu suggests a different path. Movement should be intentional, even when circumstances are uncertain. This requires a certain kind of discipline. Not rigid discipline that refuses to change, but flexible discipline that remains grounded even while adapting. There is also a deeper implication here. A leader who understands maneuvering does not treat change as an interruption. They treat it as part of the system, something to be expected rather than avoided. This shift in perspective is subtle but important. Because once change is accepted as inevitable, the focus moves away from resisting it and toward working with it. Sun Tzu also highlights something that is often overlooked. The importance of distance. Not only physical distance between forces, but strategic distance between intention and action. Moving too quickly toward a goal can expose weaknesses. Moving too slowly can allow opportunities to disappear. The challenge lies in timing movement so that it supports the overall position rather than destabilizing it. This requires awareness and patience, and above all, restraint. As the chapter develops, another idea becomes clearer. Success in maneuvering is not about constant motion. It is about knowing when to move and when to hold position. Many mistakes come not from inactivity, but from unnecessary activity. Doing something simply to feel in control. Sun Tzu repeatedly challenges this impulse. He suggests that control is not measured by how much one does, but by how effectively one responds when action is required. This is where discipline and flexibility meet. The ability to remain steady while adjusting course. To observe without overreacting. To act without hesitation when the moment is right. By the end of the chapter, Sun Tzu has added another layer to his system. Preparation creates the foundation. Position creates advantage. Energy concentrates effort. Strength and weakness guide engagement. And maneuvering ensures that none of these principles become static. Everything remains in motion. Controlled but not rigid. Adaptive but not chaotic. And with that understanding, a deeper question emerges. If a strategist must constantly adjust to changing conditions, then how does one avoid confusion? How does one maintain clarity when everything is shifting? That question leads into the next chapter. A chapter focused on stability, deception, and the delicate balance between appearing fixed and remaining flexible. Chapter 8. Variation in tactics. By now, Sun Tzu's approach should feel familiar. He rarely treats strategy as something fixed. Instead, he presents it as something alive, something that must adjust to circumstances rather than resist them. This chapter continues that line of thinking, but with a slightly different focus. Not just movement, not just adjustment, but variation itself. The ability to change approach without losing direction. Sun Tzu understands that no single tactic remains effective in all situations. What works in one context may fail completely in another. This is not a flaw in strategy. It is a feature of reality. Conditions shift. People respond differently under pressure. Environments change faster than plans can account for. Because of this, rigidity becomes a liability. A strategy that cannot adapt eventually breaks under its own weight. But flexibility alone is not enough. Constant change without structure leads to confusion. So Sun Tzu is not arguing for randomness. He is arguing for controlled variation, a system that can shift without losing coherence. At the heart of this idea is a simple but important principle. The goal is not to abandon planning. The goal is to avoid becoming trapped by it. Plans are useful because they provide direction, but they must remain tools, not constraints. Sun Tzu returns again and again to this balance. Too much rigidity, and you cannot respond to change. Too much flexibility, and you lose stability. The skill lies in maintaining both at once. There is also a psychological dimension to this chapter. Predictability creates vulnerability. When an opponent can anticipate your actions, they can prepare accordingly. But when actions vary intelligently, they become harder to counter. Not because they are random, but because they are responsive. This is where Sun Tzu begins to move into a more subtle layer of strategy. He is no longer just describing physical movement or structural positioning. He is describing perception, how actions are interpreted, how intentions are inferred, how decisions are read by others. A skilled strategist does not simply act. They manage how their actions appear within a broader context. This does not necessarily mean deception in the crude sense. It means control over visibility, knowing what should be clear, knowing what should remain uncertain, and knowing when to shift between the two. Sun Tzu suggests that stability does not come from always behaving the same way. It comes from having a clear purpose that remains steady even when methods change. This distinction is important because it allows for flexibility without chaos and consistency without rigidity. As the chapter unfolds, another idea becomes clearer. Effective leaders are not defined by a single approach. They are defined by their ability to choose the right approach at the right time. That requires judgment, experience, and awareness of shifting conditions. It also requires a certain comfort with uncertainty, because variation means accepting that not everything can be predicted in advance. By the end of the chapter, Sun Tzu has added another dimension to his system. Not just preparation, not just positioning, not just energy or maneuvering, but adaptability in form, the ability to remain consistent in purpose while changing expression. And as this idea settles, a natural question emerges. If variation is necessary for effectiveness, then how does one prevent opponents from understanding your true intentions? How do you act in a way that reveals only what is necessary and conceals what must remain hidden? That question leads directly into the next chapter, a chapter that moves closer to one of the most discussed aspects of Sun Tzu's thinking, the relationship between visibility, deception, and control. Chapter 9. The army on the march. At this point in the art of war, Sun Tzu's ideas begin to feel increasingly practical. Earlier chapters focused on preparation, positioning, and adaptability. Now the attention shifts closer to real-world conditions, to movement in open terrain, to visibility, to interpretation, to the subtle signals that reveal the state of an army before any conflict begins. Sun Tzu is no longer speaking only in principles. He is describing how those principles appear in action. What matters in this chapter is awareness, the ability to read conditions accurately before committing to them. An army on the march is not just moving through space. It is exposing itself to observation, interpretation, and potential misunderstanding. Sun Tzu understands that in such moments, appearance becomes almost as important as reality, because others are always watching, and they are always interpreting. Small details begin to carry meaning. Order or disorder in movement, confidence or hesitation in behavior, strength or weakness suggested by formation. These signals, whether intentional or not, influence how others respond. This is where Sun Tzu's thinking becomes more subtle. He is not only concerned with what a leader does. He is concerned with what those actions communicate. Sometimes directly, sometimes indirectly, and sometimes unintentionally. In this sense, leadership is never entirely private. It is always being read by others, interpreted, judged, responded to. Sun Tzu suggests that a wise leader understands this dynamic and remains attentive to it, not by becoming overly cautious, but by becoming more aware. Awareness allows for adjustment. Adjustment prevents misreading, and misreading, in Sun Tzu's framework, often leads to unnecessary difficulty. Another important idea appears in this chapter. The environment itself matters. Terrain is not just background. It actively shapes outcomes. Distance, obstacles, visibility, and positioning all influence what is possible at any given moment. A skilled leader does not ignore these factors. They incorporate them into their judgment. This reinforces a broader theme that has been developing throughout the book. Strategy is not separate from reality. It is a way of engaging with reality more effectively. As the chapter progresses, Sun Tzu continues to emphasize careful observation, not rushing to conclusions, not assuming stability where there is none, and not mistaking surface appearances for deeper truth. There is also a quiet warning embedded in this section. Movement without awareness can create vulnerability. An army that advances without understanding its surroundings risks exposure, not only to enemies, but to misjudgment. And misjudgment, once made, is often difficult to correct. Sun Tzu's emphasis here is consistent with his earlier teachings. Clarity before action, observation before commitment, understanding before movement. By the end of the chapter, another layer has been added to his system. We now see how preparation, positioning, adaptability, and perception all interact in real conditions. Nothing exists in isolation. Everything influences everything else. And as this understanding deepens, the next question naturally arises. If awareness is so critical, then how does one identify not only external conditions, but also internal stability? How does a leader understand whether their own position is truly secure or only appears to be? That question leads into the next chapter, a chapter that explores terrain more deeply and the different types of ground that shape decisions, movement, and survival. Chapter 10, Terrain. As Sun Tzu's system develops, one idea becomes harder to ignore. Strategy is never separate from context. Every decision is shaped by the environment in which it is made. In this chapter, Sun Tzu focuses more directly on that environment, on terrain, not just in the physical sense, but in the strategic sense. The conditions that surround action and determine what is possible. He suggests that understanding terrain is not optional. It is essential, because even a well-prepared leader can fail if they misunderstand the ground on which they operate. At its simplest level, terrain refers to the physical space in which movement takes place. But Sun Tzu expands this idea. Terrain also includes accessibility, distance, obstacles, support, exposure. Each of these factors influences how effectively a force can operate. What may seem like a minor detail in planning can become decisive in execution. A narrow path can limit movement. A wide open area can expose vulnerability. A difficult route can slow progress. A favorable position can multiply strength. Sun Tzu's attention to these details reflects a broader principle. Success is often determined not by strength alone, but by how well strength is aligned with conditions. This is why two sides with similar capabilities can produce very different outcomes. One may be positioned advantageously. The other may not. One may have clarity. The other may be operating in confusion. Terrain, in this sense, is not just physical geography. It is structural reality, the framework within which decisions are made. Sun Tzu also emphasizes that different types of terrain require different approaches. There is no universal method that applies everywhere. What works in one situation may fail in another. This reinforces a key theme that has appeared repeatedly throughout the book. Adaptation is not optional. It is built into the nature of strategy itself. A leader who ignores terrain is effectively ignoring reality. And strategy that ignores reality eventually collapses under pressure. There is also a psychological element in this chapter. Terrain influences perception. It shapes confidence. It affects morale. It can create hesitation or assurance, depending on how it is understood. This means that understanding terrain is not only a technical skill. It is also a mental discipline. It requires attention, patience, and the willingness to assess situations without distortion. Sun Tzu consistently warns against assumptions, especially the assumption that strength alone is enough. A strong force in the wrong position can become vulnerable. A weaker force in the right position can become effective. This reversal challenges common intuition. It suggests that effectiveness depends less on inherent power and more on alignment with conditions. As the chapter develops, another idea becomes clear. Good leaders do not simply react to terrain. They use it. They work with it. They allow it to shape decisions in their favor whenever possible. This does not mean forcing outcomes. It means recognizing where advantage naturally exists and positioning oneself accordingly. By the end of the chapter, terrain becomes more than a backdrop. It becomes an active factor in strategy, something that must be understood, respected, and integrated into every decision. And with that understanding in place, Sun Tzu moves toward a more personal dimension of strategy. Not just the external environment, but the internal state of leadership itself. Discipline, control, authority, and the conditions required for maintaining cohesion under pressure. That is where the next chapter leads. Chapter 11, the 9 situations, leadership, and adaptation. By this stage in the art of war, Sun Tzu's system no longer feels like a collection of ideas. It feels like a structure. Each chapter has built on the one before it, gradually shaping a way of thinking that connects preparation, positioning, movement, perception, and environment. Now the focus shifts again, this time toward the human center of it all. Leadership. Sun Tzu begins to explore how a leader must behave under different and often unpredictable conditions. Because no two situations are exactly the same, and no leader is ever operating in perfect circumstances. There are moments of stability and moments of chaos, moments of advantage and moments of pressure. The ability to recognize these shifts and respond appropriately is what separates effective leadership from failure. Sun Tzu suggests that a leader cannot rely on a single style of action. What works in one situation may be completely ineffective in another. This requires something deeper than skill alone. It requires judgment and awareness, and the ability to remain composed when conditions change unexpectedly. One of the underlying ideas in this chapter is that leadership is not static. It is situational. It adapts in response to the environment, the opponent, and the internal condition of the group being led. A rigid leader becomes predictable, and predictability creates vulnerability. A flexible leader, however, adjusts without losing control. This is not about inconsistency. It is about responsiveness. Sun Tzu emphasizes that clarity must be maintained, even when circumstances are unclear. That is one of the most difficult aspects of leadership, to remain steady internally while everything externally is shifting. Another key idea emerges here. A leader must understand not only the external situation, but also the morale and condition of those being led. An army is not just a structure of force. It is a collection of people, and people respond to pressure in different ways. Confidence can strengthen cohesion. Uncertainty can weaken it. Fatigue can reduce effectiveness, even when resources remain available. Sun Tzu pays close attention to these internal dynamics, because he understands that no strategy survives if the people executing it lose cohesion. This introduces a quieter form of control. Not control through force, but control through awareness, understanding how conditions affect behavior, and adjusting leadership accordingly. As the chapter progresses, a deeper pattern becomes visible. Sun Tzu consistently avoids extreme positions. He does not advocate for constant aggression, nor does he recommend passive restraint. Instead, he focuses on responsiveness, the ability to match action to situation, and situation to reality. This balance is difficult to maintain. It requires restraint when action feels urgent, and decisiveness when hesitation feels safe. By the end of the chapter, leadership is no longer presented as authority alone. It is presented as adaptation under pressure, a continuous process of reading conditions, adjusting behavior, and maintaining internal stability while navigating external uncertainty. And with that understanding in place, Sun Tzu turns toward one of the most critical aspects of strategy: the direct interaction between opposing forces, how they move, how they compete for advantage, and how outcomes begin to form through contact and confrontation. That is where the next chapter begins. Chapter 12, the attack by fire. At this point in the art of war, the structure of Sun Tzu's thinking is fully visible. Each earlier chapter has built toward this moment in its own way. Preparation, positioning, energy, adaptability, terrain, and leadership have all pointed toward a central concern. What happens when strategy is no longer abstract? When planning meets direct confrontation? Sun Tzu approaches this carefully, because this is where theory becomes reality. In this chapter, he discusses situations in which conflict escalates to a point where decisive action is required. Not all conflicts can be avoided. Not all tensions can be resolved through positioning alone. There are moments when engagement becomes unavoidable. But even then, Sun Tzu does not shift his focus toward aggression for its own sake. Instead, he continues to emphasize control, timing, awareness, and restraint. One of the underlying ideas in this chapter is that escalation must be managed, not simply endured. When force is used, it must be used with precision. Not excess, not emotion, but intention. Sun Tzu is particularly interested in the consequences of uncontrolled escalation. Once conflict becomes chaotic, it becomes difficult to contain. What begins as a controlled action can quickly expand beyond its original purpose. This is why he repeatedly emphasizes caution, even in moments of necessity. A leader must always remain aware of what follows action, not just the action itself. Another idea appears here as well. The environment plays a decisive role in how conflict unfolds. Conditions can amplify strength or expose weakness. Timing can determine whether action succeeds or fails. A moment too early can create unnecessary risk. A moment too late can remove opportunity entirely. Sun Tzu's attention remains fixed on balance, between action and restraint, between speed and patience, between force and awareness. This chapter also reinforces a theme that has been present throughout the book. The most effective strategy is not always the most forceful one. Even in moments of direct engagement, intelligence remains central. Understanding the situation continues to matter as much as the application of power. As the chapter develops, Sun Tzu subtly shifts focus from destruction toward control. Not destruction as an end in itself, but control over how situations unfold once they reach critical points. This reflects a consistent philosophy running through the entire work. Conflict is not something to be glorified. It is something to be managed, and ideally minimized. By the end of the chapter, another important realization emerges. Even decisive action must remain connected to earlier principles. Preparation determines readiness. Positioning determines advantage. Adaptability determines response. Leadership determines cohesion. And now, controlled engagement determines resolution. Each layer supports the next. And without any one of them, the system becomes unstable. With that understanding in place, Sun Tzu moves toward the final stages of his work, where intelligence, deception, and awareness of the opponent become the defining factors in determining outcomes. The focus now shifts from action itself to understanding what lies beneath it. Chapter 13. The use of intelligence in many ways. This final chapter brings everything together. What began as a discussion of preparation, positioning, and movement now ends with something more subtle. Understanding. Sun Tzu turns his attention to intelligence, not in the modern technological sense, but in the sense of knowledge, awareness, and insight into the intentions of others. Because by this point, a pattern has already been established throughout the book. Success depends not only on what a leader does, but on what a leader understands. Understanding the environment, understanding the conditions, understanding one's own position, and perhaps most importantly, understanding the opponent. Sun Tzu suggests that without this awareness, even the best prepared strategy becomes uncertain. Action without knowledge is guesswork, and guesswork in high-stakes situations is rarely effective. This is why intelligence occupies such an important place in his thinking. It is not an accessory to strategy. It is part of its foundation. One of the key ideas in this chapter is that information shapes outcomes before action ever begins. A leader who understands the situation clearly gains an advantage long before any visible movement takes place. This reinforces a theme that has appeared throughout the entire work. The most important battles are often decided before they are seen. Sun Tzu also highlights the difficulty of obtaining accurate understanding. Information is not always complete. Perception can be distorted. Intentions can be hidden. People may act in ways that conceal their true goals. Because of this, intelligence requires more than observation. It requires interpretation, judgment, and the ability to distinguish between appearance and reality. Another important idea appears here as well. Not all information is equal. Some insights are useful. Others are misleading. Some create clarity. Others create confusion. The challenge lies in separating one from the other. Sun Tzu emphasizes that leaders must remain cautious in how they process what they observe. Assumptions can be dangerous, especially when they are formed too quickly or without sufficient evidence. As the chapter develops, intelligence becomes more than just information gathering. It becomes a discipline of awareness, a way of thinking that prioritizes clarity over impulse, understanding over reaction, and patience over assumption. By the end of the chapter, Sun Tzu has completed the arc of his work. What began with preparation has ended with awareness. What began with structure has ended with understanding. And what began as a discussion of war has gradually revealed itself as a philosophy of decision-making under uncertainty. Across the 13 chapters, a consistent system has emerged. Prepare carefully, understand conditions, position wisely, adapt when necessary, use force with restraint, and above all, seek clarity before action. This is not a philosophy of aggression. It is a philosophy of judgment, of control, and of understanding the world before attempting to change it. And perhaps that is why the art of war has endured for so long. Because beneath its military language lies something far more universal. A way of thinking about uncertainty, about pressure, about decision-making, and about the quiet advantage that comes from seeing more clearly than others. In the end, Sun Tzu is not only describing how wars are won. He is describing how decisions are made, and how outcomes are shaped long before they become visible. That is the final lesson of the book, and the reason it continues to be read, studied, and revisited centuries after it was written. But how the art of war shapes business, sports, and security, most people think the art of war belongs in history. On battlefields, in ancient strategy rooms, in the past. But the strange thing is, it often makes more sense in modern life than it does in its original setting. Because the core ideas were never really about war. They were about competition, pressure, decision-making, and survival under uncertainty. And that's exactly what business, sports, and security all have in common. Business, competition without battlefields in business. No one calls it war. But the structure is familiar. Companies compete for attention, for market share, for positioning, for timing. And just like Sun Tzu described, the biggest mistakes rarely happen during execution. They happen long before that. In planning, in misreading the market, in reacting too late, or moving too early without understanding conditions. Sun Tzu's idea of winning before the fight begins shows up clearly in business strategy. The strongest companies are not always the ones that act the most aggressively. They are the ones that position themselves correctly before competition becomes visible. They understand demand before it peaks. They enter markets before saturation. They build systems before pressure arrives. What looks like sudden success is often long preparation that no one noticed. And there's another layer. Sun Tzu constantly emphasizes efficiency, not wasting energy where it doesn't produce results. In business terms, that translates into focus. Companies that try to fight on too many fronts usually weaken themselves. But companies that concentrate effort in the right place often outperform larger competitors. It's not about size. It's about alignment. Sports strategy inside movement in sports, everything looks physical. Speed, strength, endurance, reaction. But beneath all of that is something deeper: timing, positioning, awareness. And this is where Sun Tzu becomes surprisingly accurate. Because winning in sports is rarely about constant force. It's about controlling moments, creating openings, forcing mistakes, and responding at the exact right time. A strong athlete without awareness is predictable. A slightly weaker athlete with better timing can dominate the entire match. That is pure Sun Tzu logic. Avoid strength against strength. Find imbalance. Exploit gaps instead of resisting pressure directly. Even the idea of energy appears in sports. Athletes don't win by using maximum effort all the time. They win by managing intensity. Knowing when to push, when to hold, when to wait for the right moment to strike. That rhythm is strategy disguised as movement. Security, control without chaos in security. The stakes become more serious. Because now it is not about competition. It is about prevention, awareness, control of unstable situations. And here, Sun Tzu's thinking becomes almost direct. He constantly emphasizes observation before action, understanding before response, and positioning before confrontation. In real security work, whether physical security, cybersecurity, or intelligence, the goal is not reaction. It is anticipation. Not responding to threats after they appear, but recognizing patterns before they fully form. That is exactly Sun Tzu's logic of intelligence. Information is not just support. It is advantage. And perhaps the most important overlap is restraint. Sun Tzu repeatedly warns against unnecessary conflict. Because once force is used incorrectly, control is reduced. In security terms, escalation is always a last resort, not a first instinct. The best outcome is often the one where nothing happens at all. The common pattern when you step back from business, sports, and security, something becomes clear. They are not separate domains. They are variations of the same structure. Competition, pressure, uncertainty, limited information, and the need to make decisions anyway. And that is where the art of war quietly fits into all of them. It does not give instructions. It gives a way of thinking, a way of reading situations before reacting to them, a way of reducing unnecessary effort, and focusing only on what actually changes outcomes. Because whether it's a company, a team, or a security system, the real advantage rarely comes from doing more. It comes from understanding earlier, positioning better, and acting at the right moment, not the fastest one. And that is why a 2,000-year-old military text still shows up in boardrooms, sports analysis, and modern security systems. Not because the battlefield changed, but because human decision-making didn't. Part 2. The psychology of Sun Tzu in everyday life. Most people read The Art of War and think it belongs outside of them. But this is where we move from external systems, business, sports, security into something closer and more personal. How Sun Tzu behaves inside everyday human psychology. In strategy, in leadership, in competition. But the more you understand it, the more uncomfortable it becomes. Because Sun Tzu isn't just describing how people win against others. He's describing how people behave when pressure enters their mind. And that's something far more universal. The first psychological shift, reaction vs control. One of the most consistent ideas in Sun Tzu's thinking is simple: do not react too quickly. But in everyday life, that's almost the opposite of how people behave. Someone says something sharp. You respond immediately. Something goes wrong. You try to fix it instantly. Pressure appears. You move without thinking. And Sun Tzu would say, that is exactly where control is lost. Not in the situation itself, but in the speed of response. Because reaction feels like control, but it often removes it. And this is the first psychological layer of Sun Tzu's thinking. The person who slows down mentally gains more control over the outcome than the person who moves first. Perception, how people see is not how things are. Another subtle idea appears underneath everything Sun Tzu writes. People do not respond to reality. They respond to perception. In everyday life, this is constant. Confidence can change how others treat you. Silence can feel like strength or weakness depending on context. Even timing of words changes their meaning completely. Sun Tzu understands this deeply. That is why he focuses so much on positioning and visibility. Not everything should be shown immediately. Not everything should be revealed too early. Because once something is understood too clearly, it becomes predictable. And predictability reduces influence. Internal strategy. How people compete with themselves, but the most interesting part of Sun Tzu is not external competition. It is internal conflict. Because most people are not only reacting to others, they are reacting to themselves: doubt, impatience, fear of delay, need for certainty. And Sun Tzu's system quietly challenges all of these. He constantly favors patience over impulse, structure over emotion, position over urgency, which creates a strange psychological tension. What feels natural is often not what is effective. And what feels uncomfortable is often what produces better outcomes. Emotional control, the unseen battlefield in everyday life. Emotional escalation is one of the fastest ways people lose clarity. Arguments grow, reactions intensify, small problems become larger than they need to be. Sun Tzu would treat this as a failure of control, not a failure of intelligence. Because once emotion takes over strategy, decisions stop being shaped by outcomes. They are shaped by pressure. And this is where his thinking becomes almost psychological rather than military. The real battle is not against others. It is against losing clarity under pressure. The power of delay, one of the most overlooked ideas in Sun Tzu's philosophy, is delay. Not avoidance, not hesitation, but deliberate delay. The ability to wait before responding, to observe before reacting, to allow situations to reveal themselves before committing to a direction. In everyday life, this shows up in simple moments, not replying instantly in conflict, not making decisions while emotionally activated, not assuming intent, too quickly, not filling silence with unnecessary action, because sometimes clarity only appears after the impulse passes. And Sun Tzu builds almost his entire system around that idea. Control without force, perhaps the deepest psychological layer in Sun Tzu's thinking, is this: control does not always require force. In fact, excessive force often signals lack of control. The strongest position is often the one that does not need to prove itself. The most stable mindset is the one that does not rush to respond. The most effective person is often the one who acts last, but with clarity. And that creates a completely different way of moving through life. Less reaction, more observation, less urgency, more structure, less emotional escalation, more strategic patience. Why this still matters: so when people say the art of war is about war, they are only half right. Because the real battlefield Sun Tzu is describing is not external. It is internal. Every conversation, every decision, every moment of pressure where you have to choose before you feel fully ready. And in that sense, Sun Tzu is not teaching you how to defeat others. He is teaching you how not to lose yourself in reaction. And that is why, even after 2,000 years, the book still feels modern. Because human psychology hasn't changed. Only the battlefield has. Part 3. Influence, perception, and the psychology of power. We can explore influence, persuasion, and dark psychology themes, but we'll keep it grounded in ethical awareness rather than teaching manipulation tactics. Sun Tzu itself already fits that direction better when framed correctly. It's about perception, positioning, and reducing conflict, not exploiting people. So this becomes how influence works and how Sun Tzu explains it without turning it into harm. When people hear the phrase dark psychology, they often think about manipulation, control, influence over others without their awareness. But Sun Tzu approaches something far more subtle. He is not interested in controlling people. He is interested in understanding how perception shapes behavior. And that difference matters more than it first appears. Perception is the real battlefield. One of Sun Tzu's quietest but most powerful ideas is this: people act based on what they believe is happening, not what is actually happening. Pause in everyday life. This is everywhere. A confident tone can change how a message is received. A calm response can diffuse tension before it escalates. Even silence can reshape how a situation is interpreted. Beat Sun Tzu doesn't frame this as manipulation. He frames it as awareness. Because once you understand perception, you begin to understand how fragile most conflict really is. Influence without force. Most people assume influence comes from pressure, argument, dominance, persistence. But Sun Tzu repeatedly points in the opposite direction. He favors indirect control over direct confrontation. Not forcing outcomes, but shaping conditions so outcomes naturally move in a certain direction. This is where modern readers often misinterpret him. They see strategy and assume deception. But in Sun Tzu's framework, Unnecessary deception is a sign of poor strategy, because it creates instability, and instability eventually turns back on the strategist. The ethical line, Sun Tzu, never crosses. It's important to notice something often overlooked. Sun Tzu is focused on reducing destruction, not increasing it. He prefers winning without conflict, avoiding unnecessary confrontation, preserving structure rather than breaking it. So when we talk about influence in his context, we are not talking about exploiting people. We are talking about reducing misunderstanding, preventing escalation, aligning communication with reality, choosing timing carefully, in other words. Influence as clarity, not control. How people are already influenced. One of the most important psychological insights here is this: people are already being influenced all the time. By tone, by timing, by confidence, by uncertainty. Even doing nothing is a form of signal. Silence communicates something. Speed communicates something. Hesitation communicates something. Sun Tzu's insight is not that influence should be used more aggressively, but that it is always already happening. Power and restraint. There is a subtle form of power in restraint. Not reacting instantly. Not over-explaining. Not forcing clarity where confusion is still unfolding. In many real situations, the person who slows down communication gains more control over the outcome than the person who speeds it up. Not because they are dominating anything, but because they are allowing reality to stabilize before responding to it. The danger of misreading people. Sun Tzu also warns indirectly about something psychological. Misinterpretation creates unnecessary conflict. When people assume intent too quickly, when they project meaning onto incomplete signals, when they rush to define a situation before it is fully visible, they often create the very conflict they were trying to avoid. So part of strategy, in Sun Tzu's sense, is not influencing others more. It is understanding others more accurately. Real influence equals reduced resistance. If there is a single idea that connects Sun Tzu's view of influence, it is this: the most effective action is the one that creates the least resistance. Not because it is weak, but because it is aligned. Resistance usually comes from misunderstanding, pressure, or mistiming. Remove those, and outcomes often become simpler without force. Power without distortion. So when modern language talks about dark psychology, it often focuses on control. But Sun Tzu points somewhere quieter. He is not asking how to bend people. He is asking how to reduce unnecessary struggle in systems where people are already reacting under pressure. And that reframes everything. Because influence, in its most stable form, is not about domination. It is about clarity in how actions are perceived. And maybe that is the final contradiction Sun Tzu leaves us with. The more clearly you understand influence, the less you feel the need to misuse it. Part 4, Sun Tzu in modern life: dating, work, social dynamics, but now bring everything into very everyday human situations. Dating, work, and social dynamics, without sounding like a pickup or manipulation guide. The focus stays on awareness, timing, and emotional intelligence. At some point, Sun Tzu stops feeling like an ancient strategist and starts feeling uncomfortably familiar. Not because life has become a battlefield, but because everyday life already runs on the same invisible logic he described: timing, perception, energy, and control under uncertainty. Dating, the strategy of natural alignment dating, is often treated like performance. Say the right thing, act the right way, try to impress, try to stand out. But Sun Tzu would immediately shift the focus away from performance and toward positioning. Not how you act in the moment, but what kind of situation you are entering in the first place. Because misalignment creates friction. And friction feels like rejection, confusion, or forced effort. In Sun Tzu's language, forcing connection where conditions are wrong is inefficient. Not because effort is bad, but because timing is wrong. And timing, more than intensity, decides outcomes. There's also something deeper here. In healthy interaction, Nothing needs to be pushed constantly. Attention flows. Interest develops naturally. Silence is not panic. It is space for clarity. Sun Tzu's mindset quietly favors this kind of natural structure. Not chasing, not overextending, not reacting emotionally to uncertainty, but observing how things develop before committing more energy. Work positioning over constant effort in work environments. Most people assume progress comes from doing more. More hours, more pressure, more output. But Sun Tzu repeatedly shifts attention away from volume and toward positioning. Where are you placing your effort? What are you responding to? What are you ignoring? And most importantly, what is actually worth engaging with in the first place? Because in many systems, effort is not the limiting factor. Direction is. You can work hard in the wrong structure and still produce weak outcomes. Or you can apply focused effort in the right place and appear unusually effective. Not because you did more, but because you did less of what didn't matter. And this is where Sun Tzu becomes almost uncomfortable in modern work culture. He does not reward constant visibility. He rewards strategic awareness, knowing when to act, knowing when to wait, knowing when not to participate in unnecessary friction. Social dynamics, signals, energy, and perception in social environments. Almost nothing is explicitly stated. Most things are communicated indirectly: tone, timing, attention, distance, silence. Sun Tzu would describe all of this as signals. Not manipulation, but interpretation. Because people constantly read meaning into behavior, even when none is intended. A rushed response can feel like anxiety. A delayed response can feel like distance. Over-explaining can feel like insecurity. Under-explaining can feel like control. None of these are absolute truths, but they are perceptions. And perception often shapes reality more than intention does. This is where Sun Tzu's thinking becomes very relevant. Not because you control perception, but because you become aware of it. And awareness changes how you move. Emotional discipline in everyday life across all three areas: dating, work, and social interaction. One pattern repeats. Most unnecessary conflict comes from emotional acceleration. Reacting too fast, assuming too early, responding before clarity forms, trying to fix uncertainty immediately instead of observing it. Sun Tzu consistently favors the opposite: delay, observation, and measured response. Not as avoidance, but as control. Because emotional speed often creates strategic mistakes. And those mistakes are usually not obvious until later. The real pattern behind all three areas: when you step back, something becomes clear. Dating, work, social life. They are not separate systems. They are variations of the same structure. People trying to interpret each other under incomplete information, while managing time, emotion, and uncertainty. And in that environment, Sun Tzu's core idea quietly repeats: the best outcome is not always achieved by doing more, but by understanding more clearly before acting. Modern life without overreaction. So the modern relevance of Sun Tzu is not about turning life into strategy. It is about reducing unnecessary struggle inside it. Less reaction, more awareness, less forced direction, more natural alignment. Because most situations do not require extreme action. They require accurate reading of what is actually happening, and the discipline to respond only when response improves the outcome. And that is where Sun Tzu becomes less like a military thinker and more like a quiet manual for moving through modern life without unnecessary friction. The Art of War Explained, Part 5. Sun Tzu and emotional control: anger, ego, fear, decision-making. If there is one place where Sun Tzu becomes most relevant, it is not on a battlefield. It is inside the human mind. Because most decisions are not made in calm conditions. They are made under pressure, when emotion rises, when clarity drops, when speed replaces thinking. And in that moment, control becomes the real advantage. Anger, the fastest form of loss of control, anger feels powerful. It feels decisive. It feels like action. But Sun Tzu would treat anger differently. Not as strength, but as acceleration without structure. Because anger removes distance between feeling and action. And that distance is where judgment normally lives. In everyday life, anger often creates the illusion of clarity. You feel certain. You feel justified. You feel immediate direction. But that direction is rarely strategic. It is reactive. And reaction by nature does not consider consequences fully. Sun Tzu repeatedly warns against this kind of emotional speed. Because once emotion is driving, the situation stops being assessed. It is only being responded to. And that shift is subtle, but expensive. Ego, the need to win. The wrong thing's ego is more complicated. Because it doesn't feel like emotion in the same way anger does. It feels like identity, like pride, like self-protection. But Sun Tzu would see ego as misaligned strategy. Not because confidence is bad, but because ego often turns small situations into unnecessary conflicts. Instead of asking, what is the best outcome here? Ego asks, how do I win this moment? And those are not the same question. In Sun Tzu's framework, unnecessary victory is still a form of loss. Because it costs energy, attention, and sometimes long-term position for short-term satisfaction. Ego pushes for immediate validation. Strategy waits for better conditions. That difference defines almost every avoidable mistake in communication, work, and relationships. Fear, overestimating uncertainty. Fear works in the opposite direction. Where ego pushes too hard, fear pulls back too much. Pause, it distorts perception by making unknown outcomes feel larger than they are. It turns incomplete information into imagined certainty, usually negative. Sun Tzu's approach to fear is not denial. It is observation. Because fear often grows in absence of clarity, not in presence of danger. When information is incomplete, the mind fills gaps. And those gaps are often filled with worst-case assumptions. But strategy cannot function on imagined outcomes. It has to function on observed reality. So Sun Tzu's discipline here is simple but difficult. Do not let uncertainty become a decision by itself. Wait for structure. Wait for clarity, then act. Decision-making, where all three collide. Anger pushes you forward too fast. Ego pushes you in the wrong direction. Fear pulls you away entirely. And most decisions in life happen at the intersection of these three forces. Sun Tzu's entire system, underneath all the language of war, is really about one thing: creating space between emotion and action. Because that space is where intelligence operates. Without it, anger becomes reaction, ego becomes conflict, fear becomes avoidance, but with it, something different appears: clarity, timing. Choice instead of impulse. The power of delayed response. One of the most consistent patterns in Sun Tzu's thinking is delay. Not inaction, not hesitation, but controlled delay. The ability to pause long enough for emotion to lose dominance. So decisions are not made at peak intensity, but at restored clarity. In real life, this can be simple: not responding immediately when emotional. Not deciding during internal tension. Not assuming meaning too quickly. Not escalating uncertainty into action. Because most regret does not come from what people carefully decided. It comes from what they decided too quickly. Control is not suppression. It is timing. A common misunderstanding is that emotional control means suppression. But Sun Tzu's logic is different. He is not asking you to remove emotion. He is asking you to stop letting emotion decide timing. Because timing is what turns emotion into outcome. The same feeling can lead to very different results depending on when it is acted upon. Anger expressed instantly is different from anger processed first. Fear acted on immediately is different from fear examined calmly. Ego spoken from impulse is different from ego filtered through awareness. The internal battlefield, so when people read The Art of War, they often imagine external conflict, competition, opponents, strategy against others. But the deeper layer is harder to ignore, because most of the battles Sun Tzu is describing are internal, between reaction and restraint, between impulse and awareness, between emotion and timing. And in that sense, the real skill is not domination. It is stability under pressure, the ability to stay clear when everything inside is pushing for speed. And that may be the most modern interpretation of Sun Tzu, not how to win against others, but how not to lose control of yourself when it matters most. The Art of War Explained, Part 6, Master System, Sun Tzu as a complete life philosophy. At the end of everything, Sun Tzu stops feeling like a strategist. He stops feeling like a military thinker. And something quieter begins to emerge, a system. Not of war, but of perception, timing, and decision-making under uncertainty. And when you step back far enough, you realize something unexpected. This was never really a book about conflict. It was a book about clarity inside uncertainty. Not a book of rules, but a way of seeing most systems give rules. Do this. Don't do that. Follow this structure. But Sun Tzu doesn't work like that. He avoids fixed instructions. Instead, he builds something more flexible. A way of reading situations as they are, not as they are assumed to be. And that changes everything. Because once you stop treating life as something predictable, you stop forcing rigid responses onto unpredictable moments. The core system, everything connects if you strip away the language of war. What remains is surprisingly simple. Sun Tzu's entire system rests on a few connected ideas: preparation before pressure, position before action, understanding before response, timing before force, and above all, clarity before decision. None of these ideas are dramatic on their own, but together they form something powerful, a framework for reducing unnecessary struggle. Strategy as reduction, not addition. Most people think strategy means doing more. More planning, more effort, more complexity. But Sun Tzu repeatedly moves in the opposite direction. He removes unnecessary movement, unnecessary conflict, unnecessary reaction, unnecessary exposure. And what remains is only what actually matters. This is why his thinking feels so modern. Because in many areas of life, the problem is not lack of effort. It is excess noise. Control is not force. IT is alignment. One of the most important shifts in understanding Sun Tzu is this: control does not come from pushing harder. It comes from aligning correctly. Aligning action with timing. Aligning response with reality. Aligning energy with opportunity. When alignment is correct, force becomes almost secondary. Things move with less resistance. Not because they are easier, but because they are positioned correctly. The invisible battlefield across all 6 parts of this series, one idea keeps returning in different forms. The real battlefield is not external. Posit is informational, psychological, situational, internal. What you know, what you assume, what you misinterpret, what you react to, what you delay, what you ignore. All of these shape outcomes long before action becomes visible. Why most people miss the point: Sun Tzu is often misunderstood because people focus on outcomes. Winning, beating, competing, defeating. But he is focused on something earlier in the chain. How outcomes become inevitable in the first place. That is why his thinking feels indirect. Because it operates before conflict fully forms. Not after. The final shift from reaction to observation, if there is a final transformation in Sun Tzu's system, it is this: moving from reaction-based thinking to observation-based thinking. Reaction says, what do I do now? Observation says, what is actually happening here? That difference sounds small, but it changes everything that follows. Because most mistakes are not failures of intelligence. They are failures of timing and interpretation. Life without unnecessary struggle when Sun Tzu is applied correctly, not as manipulation, but as awareness, something subtle happens. Life does not become aggressive. It becomes clearer. Less reaction, less friction, less emotional acceleration. More space between stimulus and response. And in that space, better decisions appear. Not perfect decisions, but cleaner ones. The real meaning of the art of war. So what is the art of war, really? It is not a manual for victory. It is not a guide for domination. It is not even really about conflict. It is a study of how outcomes form before they become visible. A study of how perception shapes reality. A study of how timing and awareness quietly decide most results long before action begins. And that is why it still matters. Because the conditions Sun Tzu describes have not changed. Only the context has. In the end, he is not asking for more force. He is asking for more clarity. Not louder action, but better understanding. And perhaps that is the final lesson hidden inside it all. The strongest position is not the one that fights the hardest. It is the one that sees the clearest. But why we should read the art of war? So why does this book still matter today? Not because we live in ancient warfare, we don't. But because we still live under the same conditions it describes: uncertainty, limited information, competition, pressure, emotional decision-making. Those things have not changed. Only the environment has. And the art of war teaches something rare. It does not try to eliminate uncertainty. It teaches how to operate inside it, how to think when information is incomplete, how to act without full clarity, how to avoid unnecessary struggle, and how to recognize when action is actually needed and when it is not. Seeing before acting. If there is one final takeaway from the entire work, it is this: most people focus on action. Sun Tzu focuses on understanding before action. Because once understanding is clear, action becomes simpler, lighter, more precise. And that is why this book survives. Not as a relic of war, but as a manual for decision-making under uncertainty. In the end, the art of war is not asking you to fight better. It is asking you to see more clearly. And in many situations in life, that alone is enough to change the outcome. Misconceptions about the art of war. Sun Tzu few books are as widely quoted and as widely misunderstood as the art of war. It gets pulled into business talks, sports analysis, leadership advice, even social media quotes. But somewhere along the way, the original thinking gets flattened, simplified, sometimes reversed. So what are people getting wrong? Cross-mark misconception 1. It's a book about war. This is the most common misunderstanding. Yes, it uses military language. Yes, it was written in a war context. But the deeper structure is not about fighting. It is about decision-making under uncertainty. War is just the environment used to explore that idea. The real subject is how outcomes are shaped before visible action begins. Cross-mark misconception 2. It teaches aggression and dominance. Many people assume the book is about being more aggressive or dominant than others. But Sun Tzu actually moves in the opposite direction. He repeatedly emphasizes avoiding unnecessary conflict, minimizing damage, winning without destruction when possible, using force only when conditions are favorable. In that sense, it is not a philosophy of aggression. It is a philosophy of efficiency and restraint. Cross-mark misconception 3. It's about manipulating people. Another modern misreading is that the book is a manual for manipulation. But that flattens the idea too much. Sun Tzu focuses more on perception, timing, positioning, understanding conditions, not controlling people through deception. In fact, much of his strategy depends on something simpler: reducing misunderstanding, so conflict doesn't escalate unnecessarily. Cross-mark misconception 4. It guarantees victory if followed. some people treat the art of war like a formula. If you apply these steps, you win. But Sun Tzu does not promise certainty. He operates in uncertainty. His system is about improving probability, reducing risk, avoiding bad positioning, acting with better timing, not eliminating unpredictability. Crossmark misconception 5. It's only useful in business or politics. Modern culture often limits the book to boardrooms or competitive strategy. But its principles are broader. It applies to emotional control, communication, decision-making, relationships, personal discipline, because all of these involve uncertainty plus reaction plus timing. Crossmark misconception 6. It's about doing more. One of the biggest misunderstandings is that strategy means more action. More effort, more intensity, more activity. But Sun Tzu consistently points away from this. He values positioning over effort, timing over intensity, clarity over speed, awareness over reaction. Sometimes the most strategic move is not doing more, but doing less, more precisely. Crossmark misconception 7. It's outdated. People assume ancient texts lose relevance over time. But the art of war is not tied to technology. It is tied to human behavior. And human behavior under pressure has not changed much. People still react emotionally, misread situations, rush decisions, avoid uncertainty, escalate unnecessarily. That is why the book still feels modern. Not because the world stayed the same, but because the mind did. But what is the real truth behind the book? Once misconceptions are removed, something clearer appears. The art of war is not about domination. It is not about manipulation. It is not even primarily about conflict. It is about how to think clearly when conditions are incomplete. And that leads to its real purpose: reducing unnecessary struggle, improving timing, increasing awareness, making better decisions with limited information. The biggest misconception is thinking the book is about winning against others, when in reality it is mostly about not losing clarity when pressure rises. And in many situations, that is already a form of advantage. Sun Tzu, the mind behind the art of war. Sun Tzu, the genius who rewrote the rules of war, the man who mastered war without fighting, the strategist kings feared, the man who won wars before they began. He studied human nature and discovered the secret to winning any war. Sun Tzu was a military strategist in ancient China. And for most people, he was almost invisible. No grand palace, no golden crown, no famous army marching behind him. Just a quiet man watching the world. Watching kings, watching soldiers, watching battles, and seeing something nobody else seemed to notice. War was everywhere. Kingdoms fought for land, for power, for pride. Thousands marched into battle. Thousands never came back. The rulers called it glory. The families called it tragedy. Sun Tzu watched both. And the more he watched, the more one question haunted him. Why did some armies win, while stronger armies lost? Why did brave men die, while clever men survived? Something didn't add up, and he couldn't stop thinking about it. So he studied, not for days, not for months, for years. He watched generals give orders. He watched kingdoms rise. He watched kingdoms collapse. Every victory left clues. Every defeat left scars. And slowly, patterns began to appear. The strongest army didn't always win. The biggest army didn't always win. Sometimes the army that should have lost walked away victorious. But something strange kept happening. The winners rarely relied on strength alone. They relied on something else. Something harder to see: timing, patience, deception, control. Sun Tzu became obsessed. While others prepared weapons, he studied minds. While others counted soldiers, he counted mistakes. And the deeper he looked, the more dangerous his ideas became. Because he was discovering a truth few leaders wanted to hear. The greatest victory might be the battle you never fight. That idea sounded absurd, almost impossible. How could you win without fighting? How could you defeat an enemy without drawing a sword? Yet the evidence was everywhere. The smartest commanders weren't chasing battles. They were shaping them, controlling them, ending them before they even began. Sun Tzu kept writing, page after page, thought after thought. His observations became principles. His principles became strategies. And his strategies became something much bigger, a guide, a weapon made of ideas. But ideas can be dangerous, especially when they challenge tradition, especially when they challenge power. Many leaders believed courage meant charging forward. Sun Tzu believed courage meant knowing when not to. Many believed war was about destruction. Sun Tzu believed war was about understanding. The difference was enormous, and not everyone would accept it. Then an opportunity appeared. A king heard about the mysterious strategist, a ruler searching for answers, a ruler facing threats on every side. He wanted proof, not theories, not clever words, proof. So Sun Tzu was summoned. The journey changed everything. One moment he was an observer. The next, he stood before power itself. The king studied him carefully. This quiet man, this thinker, this scholar, could he really understand war? The court was skeptical. Some laughed, others doubted. Sun Tzu noticed every expression, every glance, every whisper, but he stayed calm because he knew something they didn't. The battlefield begins long before the first attack. Then came the test, a challenge designed to expose him or destroy his reputation forever. The king wanted to see whether Sun Tzu's ideas actually worked. Not with soldiers, not with generals, but with palace attendants. Hundreds of them, people with no military training, no battlefield experience, no discipline. The challenge seemed ridiculous. The court expected failure. Many were already smiling, waiting for the strategist to embarrass himself. Sun Tzu accepted. Without hesitation, he organized the group. He gave instructions, clear instructions, simple instructions. Everyone nodded. Everyone agreed. Then the drill began. And immediately, laughter erupted. Nobody took it seriously. The attendants joked, ignored commands, turned the exercise into entertainment. The king laughed too. The court laughed louder. It looked like a disaster. But Sun Tzu didn't react. His expression never changed. Because he wasn't watching the crowd. He was watching something deeper. Responsibility, authority, consequences, the things that decide victory or defeat. He repeated the instructions, again clearly, carefully. Then he gave the order. The same thing happened. More laughter, more disobedience, more chaos. The atmosphere shifted. The court thought it was over. The strategist had failed. But Sun Tzu stepped forward, and his voice became cold. If orders are unclear, he said, the leader is responsible. But if orders are clear and still ignored, the responsibility belongs elsewhere. The laughter stopped. The room suddenly felt different. He wasn't speaking about a drill anymore. He was speaking about power, about discipline, about war itself. And then he acted. What happened next shocked everyone. The smiling faces vanished. The king's confidence faded. The court fell silent, because Sun Tzu was proving a point no one expected. A lesson written not with ink, but with consequences. And in that moment, the room realized something terrifying. This quiet strategist wasn't merely studying war. He understood human nature, fear, obedience, ambition, weakness, the invisible forces that move entire armies. The king watched carefully now, no longer amused, no longer skeptical, because he was beginning to understand the value of the man standing before him. But understanding comes with a price. The closer Sun Tzu moved toward power, the greater the danger became. Kings wanted victory. Generals wanted glory. Rivals wanted influence. And every new ally created a new enemy. His ideas were spreading. His reputation was growing. His words were becoming impossible to ignore. Yet the world around him was growing darker. Kingdoms were preparing for war. Armies were gathering. The storm was coming. And soon, Sun Tzu would have to prove that his theories could survive the reality of battle. Because writing wisdom is one thing. Living it is another. The fate of kingdoms would soon hang in the balance. Thousands of lives would depend on decisions made in moments. And one mistake could erase everything. The strategist had one attention. He had one respect. But the real test was still ahead. A test that would transform his ideas into legend. A test that would give birth to one of the most influential books ever written. And when the first armies began to move, Sun Tzu faced a question that would change history. Could a man who understood war better than anyone stop it from consuming him? That answer was about to be written on the battlefield. Sun Tzu argues that intelligence and preparation are more important than brute force. One of his central ideas is that the best victory is achieved without fighting, because war is costly and destructive. This reflects a philosophy of efficiency, self-control, and strategic thinking that can be applied not only to military conflicts, but also to business, politics, and everyday life. Sun Tzu is arguing that the highest form of victory is one that avoids the costs and risks of battle. Rather than relying on force, a skilled leader uses strategy, diplomacy, intelligence, and psychological advantage to achieve objectives. The idea reflects a preference for efficiency and foresight over direct confrontation. The statement is memorable because of its paradoxical nature. The greatest success in war is achieved by avoiding war itself. A psychological investigation into power, perception, and human nature. Every civilization believes it understands power. Every empire believes it controls its destiny. Every generation assumes it is wiser than the one before. And yet, history tells a different story. The most powerful kingdoms collapsed. The richest societies fractured. The strongest armies disappeared. And the people living through those moments rarely saw it coming. Because the greatest threats are not always visible. Sometimes they arrive disguised as confidence. Sometimes they arrive disguised as certainty. And sometimes they arrive disguised as strength. For thousands of years, human beings have been obsessed with force. More soldiers, more weapons, more resources, more power. The assumption seems obvious. If you want to win, become stronger. If you want security, become larger. If you want control, dominate. But what if that assumption is wrong? What if history's greatest victories were never won through force at all? What if the most important battles were decided long before anyone stepped onto the battlefield? More than 2,000 years ago, a man living in a fractured and violent world proposed a disturbing idea. A radical idea. An idea so powerful that it would survive the rise and fall of empires. An idea that would be studied by generals, politicians, business leaders, athletes, intelligence agencies, and strategists across centuries. His name was Sun Tzu, and his book was called The Art of War. But despite its title, this is not really a book about war. It is a book about something much older. Human nature, the art of war, the hidden psychology of power, the human problem. Most people believe their decisions are rational. They believe they see reality clearly. They believe they understand why they do what they do. But psychology tells a different story. Human beings are emotional creatures first. Rational creatures second. We react before we understand. Judge before we investigate. Defend before we reflect. And nowhere is this more obvious than during moments of pressure. Pressure changes perception. Fear narrows attention. Anger accelerates decisions. Ego distorts judgment. And uncertainty creates stories inside the mind that feel more convincing than reality itself. Visual news broadcasts, market crashes, social media feeds scrolling rapidly. The technology changes. The environment changes. The century changes. But the pattern remains the same. People under pressure become predictable, and predictable people become vulnerable. This is not just true in war. It is true in politics, business, relationships, markets, entire civilizations. Visual, historical crowds cheering political leaders. The uncomfortable truth is that human beings often create their biggest problems while believing they are solving them. History is filled with examples. Wars started to create peace. Policies created to increase security. Systems designed to protect freedom, only to produce the opposite result. The pattern repeats again, and again, and again, not because history repeats itself, but because human nature does. The invisible battlefield Sun Tzu understood something that many people still struggle to accept. The visible conflict is rarely the real conflict. The battle everyone sees is usually the final stage of a much longer process. The real battle happened earlier. Inside decisions, inside assumptions, inside perception. This is one of the most misunderstood ideas in the art of war. Most readers think Sun Tzu is teaching people how to fight. But if you read carefully, he spends remarkably little time talking about fighting itself. Instead, he talks about preparation, positioning, information timing, observation, psychology. Why? Because he understood something profound. The outcome is often determined before the conflict begins. Think about it. A business collapses. People call it a sudden failure. But the causes were developing for years. A relationship ends. People describe it as unexpected. But the cracks appeared long before the final conversation. An empire falls. Historians point to a specific event. Yet decline had already begun generations earlier. The visible event becomes the symbol. But the real causes existed beneath the surface. Invisible, accumulating, waiting. And that is where Sun Tzu directs our attention. Not toward the explosion, but toward the fuse. Because once you understand the fuse, you no longer become obsessed with the explosion. And that insight changes how you see everything. One of the most famous ideas from the art of war is, know your enemy and know yourself, and you need not fear the result of 100 battles. In modern language, good decisions come from understanding both the situation around you and your own strengths, weaknesses, and limits. When it worked, Allied deception before D-Day 1944, before the Normandy landings, Allied forces faced a huge problem. Germany expected an invasion. The question was where. Instead of focusing only on building military strength, Allied planners spent months studying how German commanders thought. They created fake armies, fake tanks, fake radio traffic, double agents. The goal was not simply to defeat Germany's forces. The goal was to shape what Germany believed. German leaders became convinced the main invasion would occur elsewhere. When the real landings happened in Normandy, many German units were slow to respond because they thought it was a diversion. This is a classic art of war principle. Victory came partly from understanding the opponent's perceptions and influencing them. When it failed, The United States in Vietnam. During the Vietnam War, the United States possessed overwhelming military technology, air power, and resources. But military strength alone did not produce the desired outcome. One major challenge was misunderstanding the motivations, culture, and resilience of the opposing side. Many strategies were built around measurements, such as territory controlled or enemy casualties. Yet those metrics did not fully capture the political and social realities driving the conflict. In art of war terms, the U.S. often knew its own capabilities extremely well, but it did not always understand the nature of the conflict or the determination of its opponent. The principle was applied incompletely. What this reveals about the idea, the lesson, is deeper than military strategy. The principle is not, study your opponent. The principle is, see reality clearly. You need both sides of the equation. Failure mode 1. Know yourself, not others. You become overconfident. You assume everyone thinks like you. You get surprised. Failure mode 2. Know others, not yourself. You understand the challenge, but you overestimate your ability to handle it. You take risks you cannot support. Success. You understand what you want, what the other side wants, what each side can realistically do, what assumptions might be wrong. That combination creates leverage. Things you can do tomorrow. 1. Before any important meeting, write 2 lists. List A, what do I want? List B, what do they want? Most people only think about list A. 2. Ask, what problem are they actually solving? When talking to a customer, coworker, manager, or partner, don't focus on what they're saying. Focus on what they're trying to achieve. Often those are different things. 3. Conduct a personal SWOT in 10 minutes. Write 3 strengths, 3 weaknesses, 3 opportunities, 3 risks. This is modern know yourself. 4. Predict objections before they happen. Before sending an email or proposal, write down, why might someone reject this? What questions will they ask? What concerns will they have? Address those points first. 5. Spend more time observing than arguing. Tomorrow, in one conversation, talk less. Listen more. Notice what excites people, what worries them, what they avoid discussing. Information is often hidden in what people don't say. 6. Identify the real battlefield. Many people fight the wrong battle. For example, job search, right arrow, not a resume problem, a networking problem. Business, right arrow, not a product problem, a distribution problem. Fitness, right arrow, not a workout problem, a consistency problem. Ask, where is the real point of leverage? 7. Run a pre-mortem before starting a project. Imagine it failed 6 months from now. Write down, why did it fail? This reveals risks before they become reality. 8. Make one strategic withdrawal. Sun Tzu repeatedly emphasized avoiding unfavorable battles. Tomorrow, identify one activity that creates effort but little progress. Stop doing it. Use that time on something with greater impact. 9. Learn one thing about someone important to your goals: a customer, a boss, a colleague, a client, a competitor. Ask what motivates them. What are they measured on? What are they worried about? That information is often worth more than working harder. 10. End the day with one question. Ask yourself, what surprised me today? Every surprise points to something you didn't fully understand. And every reduction in surprise is a step toward what Sun Tzu was really teaching. The person with the clearest picture of reality usually wins before the battle even begins. Sun Tzu was writing about war at a time when China seemed trapped in it. Imagine living in a world where peace was rare. A world where kingdoms constantly fought each other for land, power, and survival. That was ancient China during a period known as the Spring and Autumn era. The old order was beginning to crack. The Zhou dynasty still existed, but its authority was fading. Regional rulers were becoming more powerful. And as they competed for influence, wars became more frequent, more organized, and far more deadly. For generations, warfare had often been shaped by tradition. Noble families led armies. Honor mattered. Ceremony mattered. But the world was changing fast. States were growing larger. Armies were becoming bigger. Battles were no longer just contests between aristocrats. They were becoming struggles between entire societies. And that change created a problem. The old ways of thinking about war were no longer enough. A ruler could not rely on courage alone. A general could not rely on tradition alone. Victory increasingly depended on planning, on intelligence, on strategy. This was the world Sun Tzu was observing. And it helps explain why the art of war feels so different from many military writings that came before it. Sun Tzu was not interested in celebrating battle. He was interested in understanding it. He looked at war as a problem to be solved, a dangerous reality that demanded careful thinking. That idea was revolutionary, because many leaders of the time still believed that strength alone would bring victory. Sun Tzu disagreed. He saw something others often missed. A larger army could lose. A weaker army could win. The difference was not always numbers. The difference was often strategy. As the competition between states intensified, rulers desperately searched for any advantage they could find. The cost of failure was enormous. A single defeat could mean the loss of territory, the collapse of a kingdom, or the end of a ruler's power. In that environment, Sun Tzu's ideas became incredibly valuable. He taught that understanding your enemy was as important as understanding yourself. He argued that deception could be more powerful than force. And perhaps most surprisingly, he believed that the greatest victory was one achieved without prolonged fighting. That message reflected the realities of his time. Wars were expensive. They drained resources, destroyed farmland, and exhausted populations. For a ruler trying to preserve a state, winning quickly was far better than fighting endlessly. The art of war was not written during an age of stability. It was written during an age of uncertainty, an age when old systems were breaking down and new forms of power were emerging. In many ways, the book was a response to that transformation. It offered a new way of thinking, one based not on tradition, but on results, not on emotion, but on calculation, not on glory, but on effectiveness. And that's one reason the book survived long after the battles that inspired it were forgotten. Because Sun Tzu was addressing a challenge much bigger than any single war. He was asking a timeless question. When the world becomes more competitive, how do you gain an advantage without wasting your strength? More than 2,000 years later, people are still searching for that answer. And that's why the words of a strategist from ancient China continue to echo across history. This is a compelling comparison. One of the best books to place alongside The Art of War is On War. Both books are about conflict and strategy. Both have influenced military leaders for centuries. But they approach war in completely different ways. Two military thinkers, two legendary books, and two completely different ways of looking at war. On one side stands Sun Tzu, the author of The Art of War, a strategist from ancient China who believed the smartest victory was often the one achieved without fighting. On the other side stands Karl von Clausewitz, a Prussian military officer who wrote on war thousands of years later, a man who studied battle through the chaos of the Napoleonic Wars. Both men wanted to understand conflict, but they saw it through very different lenses. Sun Tzu starts with control. Clausewitz starts with uncertainty. For Sun Tzu, the ideal commander carefully shapes events before the battle even begins. He studies the enemy. He studies himself. He gathers information. He waits for the right moment. And then he strikes. The goal is efficiency. Win quickly. Win intelligently. Avoid unnecessary losses. Clausewitz sees something different. He believes war is messy, confusing, unpredictable. No matter how much planning you do, something will go wrong. Messages get delayed. Soldiers make mistakes. Weather changes. Fear spreads. He calls this friction, the invisible force that makes real wars far harder than they appear on paper. Sun Tzu focuses on avoiding problems. Clausewitz focuses on surviving them. Then there's the question of deception. For Sun Tzu, deception is central. One of his most famous ideas is simple. Appear weak when you are strong. Appear far away when you are near. Make your opponents see what you want them to see. The battlefield becomes a contest of perception. Clausewitz doesn't ignore deception, but he gives greater attention to force. For him, war is ultimately about compelling an opponent to do your will. Politics drives war. Military power enforces it. The emphasis is different. Sun Tzu asks, how can I outthink my enemy? Clausewitz asks, how can I achieve my political objective despite uncertainty? Their view of victory is different too. Sun Tzu values preservation. Protect your army. Protect your resources. Protect your strength. A costly victory can still be a mistake. Clausewitz accepts that war often demands sacrifice. He understands that achieving important political goals may require enormous costs. To him, some objectives are worth that price. Sun Tzu would likely challenge that assumption. Perhaps the biggest difference is how they view conflict itself. Sun Tzu treats conflict like a puzzle, something that can be influenced through preparation, timing, and intelligence. Clausewitz treats conflict like a storm, something powerful, chaotic, and never fully controllable. Neither man is necessarily wrong. They were riding in different worlds. Sun Tzu lived during a period of constant rivalry between Chinese states. Success often depended on gaining advantages before armies even met. Clausewitz lived through massive European wars that involved entire nations. His experience showed him how quickly plans could collapse once battle began. And that's what makes these books so fascinating. They aren't simply teaching military strategy. They're teaching two different philosophies of life. Sun Tzu says, prepare carefully. Think ahead. Shape events before they shape you. Clausewitz says, prepare as much as you can. But when reality changes, adapt. One seeks mastery through foresight. The other seeks success through resilience. And perhaps the wisest leaders learn from both. Because sometimes victory comes from avoiding the battle. And sometimes victory comes from enduring the chaos once the battle has already begun. Long before modern armies, long before tanks, airplanes, or satellites, a military strategist named Sun Tzu wrote a small book that would outlive kingdoms, empires, and centuries. That book was The Art of War. At first glance, it seems to be about battles. But beneath the surface, it's really about strategy, about understanding people, about making better decisions. And chapter by chapter, Sun Tzu reveals how victories are won long before the fighting begins. Chapter 1, Laying Plans. Sun Tzu begins with a simple idea. War is too important to leave to chance. Before taking action, a leader must carefully evaluate the situation. He should understand his goals, his resources, his environment, and his opponent. The better your preparation, the better your chances of success. Victory starts with planning. Chapter 2, Waging War. War is expensive. It consumes money, supplies, energy, and lives. The longer a conflict lasts, the greater the cost. Sun Tzu warns against getting trapped in endless struggles. A wise leader seeks quick and efficient victories. The goal is not simply to fight. The goal is to win before resources run out. Chapter 3, Attack by Stratagem. This chapter contains one of Sun Tzu's most famous ideas. The highest form of victory is winning without fighting. Instead of destroying your opponent through force, outthink them. Break their plans. Weaken their alliances. Shape the situation in your favor. The smartest victories happen before the battle begins. Chapter 4. Tactical Dispositions. Sun Tzu explains that great commanders first make themselves difficult to defeat. Only then do they look for opportunities to win. You cannot always control success, but you can reduce the chances of failure. Strong foundations create future opportunities. Chapter 5. Energy success is not only about strength. It is about using strength effectively. A skilled leader combines direct and indirect actions. He creates momentum. He makes small advantages grow into powerful results. Like a rolling boulder gathering speed, energy multiplies when used correctly. Chapter 6. Weak points and strong. Every opponent has strengths. Every opponent has weaknesses. The key is to avoid their strengths and target their vulnerabilities. Be unpredictable. Force them to react to you. The commander who controls the pace often controls the outcome. Chapter 7. Maneuvering. Moving an army is not as simple as it sounds. Communication can fail. Confusion can spread. Decisions become harder under pressure. Sun Tzu teaches that leaders must balance speed with caution. A reckless advance can be just as dangerous as hesitation. Chapter 8. Variation in tactics. No strategy works forever. Circumstances change. People change. Opportunities change. The best leaders stay flexible. They adapt to reality instead of becoming trapped by rigid plans. Wisdom often means knowing when to change course. Chapter 9. The Army on the March. Sun Tzu shifts his attention to observation. He explains how leaders can read signs in the environment. A skilled commander notices patterns. He studies behavior. He watches carefully. Often, important information is visible to those who know where to look. Chapter 10. Terrain. Not all battlefields are the same. Some locations offer advantages. Others create danger. Sun Tzu emphasizes understanding your surroundings. Success depends not only on what you do, but also on where you do it. The environment shapes every decision. Chapter 11. The 9 situations. Different situations require different responses. There is no universal strategy. Sometimes caution is best. Sometimes bold action is necessary. A leader must recognize the situation he faces and adjust accordingly. The wrong strategy in the wrong situation can be disastrous. Chapter 12. Attack by fire. Sun Tzu discusses using fire as a weapon. But the deeper lesson is broader. Leaders should understand every available tool. Timing matters. Preparation matters. And once an opportunity appears, it must be used wisely. A powerful tool is only effective when applied at the right moment. Chapter 13. The use of spies. The final chapter focuses on information. Sun Tzu considers intelligence one of the greatest advantages in war. Leaders make better decisions when they possess accurate knowledge. Guessing is dangerous. Understanding is powerful. The commander who sees clearly gains an enormous edge. And with that, Sun Tzu ends where he began. Not with weapons, not with battles, but with knowledge. Because throughout the art of war, the message remains remarkably consistent. Victory is rarely about brute force. It is about preparation, awareness, adaptability, timing, and understanding reality better than anyone else. More than 2,000 years later, those lessons continue to influence generals, business leaders, athletes, negotiators, and decision-makers around the world. The battlefields may have changed. Human nature has not. Below are permanent notes inspired by the art of war. Each is written as a standalone insight that remains useful even if someone never reads the book. These notes suggest that the art of war is not fundamentally a book about war. It is a book about decision-making under competition and uncertainty. Its enduring insight is that outcomes are shaped less by force than by preparation, information, adaptation, psychology, and the wisdom to choose which battles are worth fighting. Permanent Note 1. Most victories are decided before anyone notices. The biggest lesson from the art of war is that success usually happens long before the visible moment of victory. People tend to focus on the final battle, the product launch, the negotiation, or the championship game. But the outcome is often shaped earlier by preparation, positioning, information gathering, and decision-making. This connects strongly to the concept of compound interest in finance. Just as wealth grows from small decisions made consistently over time, major victories often emerge from invisible advantages accumulated before the decisive moment. The strongest evidence in the book is Sun Tzu's claim that the highest form of warfare is to defeat an opponent without fighting. This idea appears repeatedly throughout the text. He argues that a skilled strategist wins by shaping conditions so thoroughly that the final confrontation becomes almost unnecessary. Open question. If the best preparation makes success look effortless, how can we reliably distinguish genuine strategic skill from luck after the fact? Permanent note 2. Information is often more valuable than force. Most people assume power comes from resources, money, technology, or strength. Sun Tzu argues that information frequently matters more. Knowing what others don't know, or understanding reality more accurately than competitors, creates advantages that brute force cannot easily overcome. This idea connects closely to information asymmetry in economics. Markets, negotiations, and organizations often reward those who possess better information rather than those who possess greater raw resources. The most compelling evidence comes from the final chapter on spies. Remarkably, Sun Tzu ends the entire book not with weapons or tactics, but with intelligence gathering. He argues that foreknowledge allows leaders to make decisions that appear brilliant, but are actually based on superior information. Open question. In a world overflowing with data, what matters more? Having more information or having better filters for identifying what is actually important? Permanent note 3. Flexibility beats perfect plans. A common mistake is believing success comes from finding the perfect plan. Sun Tzu suggests something different. The most effective strategy is not a rigid blueprint, but the ability to adapt as conditions change. This idea mirrors the concept of evolution by natural selection in biology. Species survive not because they are the strongest, but because they adapt most effectively to changing environments. Strategies face the same challenge. The strongest evidence appears throughout the chapters on tactics, maneuvering, and terrain. Sun Tzu repeatedly warns against fixed methods and argues that commanders must adjust their actions to circumstances. He compares effective strategy to water, which changes shape depending on the landscape it encounters. Open question. How can organizations remain flexible as they grow larger, when scale naturally pushes them toward rules, procedures, and rigidity? Permanent note 4. The real battle is often psychological. Most conflicts look physical on the surface, but are psychological underneath. Whether in business, politics, sports, or war, outcomes are often shaped by perception, confidence, morale, expectations, and fear before they are shaped by force. This connects directly to behavioral psychology, particularly the idea that people respond not to reality itself, but to their interpretation of reality. The most compelling evidence is Sun Tzu's famous emphasis on deception. He advises appearing weak when strong and strong when weak. His point is not merely to trick opponents. It is to influence how they perceive the situation, because those perceptions shape their decisions. Open question. As communication technologies become more powerful, are modern conflicts increasingly contests of perception rather than contests of capability? Permanent note 5. Avoiding the wrong fight is more important than winning the right one. Modern culture celebrates persistence, determination, and fighting spirit. Sun Tzu adds an important qualification. Choosing the right battle matters more than fighting well once you're in it. Many failures occur not because people execute poorly, but because they commit themselves to unwinnable or unnecessary contests in the first place. This idea connects to opportunity cost in economics. Every resource spent on one objective cannot be spent elsewhere. The smartest decision is often deciding what not to pursue. The strongest evidence comes from Sun Tzu's repeated warning against prolonged warfare. He argues that even victorious campaigns can become disastrous if they consume too many resources. Winning the battle while losing the larger objective is not true victory. Open question: how can we develop reliable methods for recognizing early when a goal is worth abandoning rather than pursuing more aggressively? Yes. Those 5 notes capture some of the book's biggest themes, but the art of war is rich enough to generate dozens of permanent notes. Here are 5 more, focused on ideas that are often overlooked. Permanent note 6. Strength is relative, not absolute. A common assumption is that power is something you possess. Sun Tzu treats power as something that depends on context. An army can be strong in one situation and weak in another. The same person, company, or strategy can be effective in one environment and ineffective in another. This connects to the concept of comparative advantage in economics. Success is not about being universally superior. It is about competing where your strengths matter most and your weaknesses matter least. The strongest evidence comes from Sun Tzu's discussions of terrain and positioning. He repeatedly argues that commanders should avoid confronting an enemy's strengths directly and instead create situations where their own advantages become decisive. Open question: how often do people fail because they lack ability versus because they have placed themselves in the wrong environment? Permanent note 7. Momentum is a force multiplier. Sun Tzu understood that success often compounds. Small advantages create larger advantages, which create even larger ones. Once momentum begins to build, outcomes can change surprisingly quickly. This connects to the idea of positive feedback loops in systems thinking. A small initial edge can trigger a chain reaction that magnifies itself over time. The strongest evidence appears in the chapter on energy, where Sun Tzu describes the power of coordinated force and compares effective action to a boulder rolling downhill. The point is not raw strength. The point is creating conditions where force becomes self-reinforcing. Open question: what is the smallest initial advantage required to trigger unstoppable momentum in complex systems? Permanent note 8. Emotional control is a strategic asset. Most people think of emotions as personal experiences. Sun Tzu treats them as strategic variables. Anger, pride, fear, and impatience can all be exploited by opponents. This connects closely to modern ideas about emotional intelligence. The ability to regulate one's emotions may be as important as technical skill or intelligence. The strongest evidence comes from Sun Tzu's warnings against acting out of anger or allowing an enemy to provoke emotional reactions. He repeatedly stresses that decisions should be guided by strategic objectives rather than temporary feelings. Open question: can emotional self-control be trained as systematically as physical fitness, or are there hard limits imposed by personality? Permanent note 9. Complexity creates vulnerability. As systems become larger and more complicated, they often become harder to manage. Complexity creates more opportunities for confusion, delays, misunderstandings, and failure. This connects directly to systems engineering and the concept of failure points. Every additional layer of complexity introduces new ways for things to go wrong. The strongest evidence comes from Sun Tzu's discussion of maneuvering armies. He repeatedly highlights how communication failures, logistical problems, and coordination challenges can undermine even powerful forces. Open question: at what point does increasing sophistication begin to reduce effectiveness rather than improve it? Permanent note 10. The best strategy is often indirect. People naturally attack problems head-on. Sun Tzu repeatedly suggests that indirect approaches are often more effective. Instead of confronting obstacles directly, change the conditions around them. This connects to lateral thinking and many breakthrough innovations. Revolutionary solutions often emerge by reframing the problem rather than attacking it directly. The strongest evidence is Sun Tzu's repeated emphasis on deception, positioning, and attacking weaknesses instead of strengths. His strategies consistently focus on influencing situations rather than overpowering them. Open question. Why do humans instinctively prefer direct solutions even when indirect solutions are often more efficient? Permanent note 11. Clarity creates power. Most people assume power comes from authority. In reality, power often comes from clarity. The person who understands a situation more clearly than everyone else can make better decisions with less effort. Connection. This resembles the concept of signal versus noise in information theory. Evidence. Sun Tzu repeatedly emphasizes accurate assessment before action. Open question. Is clarity primarily a result of intelligence, experience, or attention? Permanent note 12. Every advantage has an expiration date. Success contains the seeds of future failure because competitors adapt. Connection. This mirrors evolutionary arms races in biology. Evidence. Sun Tzu warns against relying on fixed tactics. Open question. How can we identify when an advantage is beginning to decay before results decline? Permanent note 13. Leadership is environmental design. Great leaders do not control people directly. They shape conditions that make desired behavior more likely. Connection. This parallels choice architecture in behavioral economics. Evidence. Sun Tzu focuses heavily on positioning and conditions rather than individual heroics. Open question. What percentage of human behavior is determined by environment versus character? Permanent note 14. Confidence is often a lagging indicator. People become confident after conditions improve, not before. Connection. Similar to momentum investing. Evidence. Sun Tzu advocates building favorable conditions before committing to action. Open question. How can we distinguish justified confidence from overconfidence? Permanent note 15. Attention is a limited strategic resource. Every distraction weakens your ability to perceive opportunities and threats. Connection. Cognitive psychology's research on attentional limits. Evidence. Sun Tzu consistently prioritizes awareness and observation. Open question. Is attention becoming the most valuable resource in the digital age? Permanent note 16. The best competitors shape the rules. Winning is easier when you influence the game itself. Connection. Platform businesses often succeed by defining industry standards. Evidence. Sun Tzu seeks to dictate the battlefield rather than merely fight on it. Open question. How often is success determined by changing the game instead of playing it better? Permanent note 17. Friction is everywhere. Even simple plans become complicated in execution. Connection. Systems engineering and operational risk. Evidence. Many chapters deal with coordination, movement, and uncertainty. Open question. Can friction ever be eliminated or only managed? Permanent note 18. Speed magnifies advantages. A small advantage acted upon quickly often beats a large advantage acted upon slowly. Connection. Startup culture and first mover effects. Evidence. Sun Tzu repeatedly emphasizes timing. Open question. When does speed become recklessness? Permanent note 19. Weaknesses are often hidden strengths. Traits that appear disadvantageous can become assets in the right environment. Connection. Comparative advantage. Evidence. Sun Tzu encourages leveraging circumstances rather than matching strength with strength. Open question. How many weaknesses are actually context problems? Permanent note 20. Perception creates reality. People act on what they believe, not necessarily on what is true. Connection. Behavioral finance. Evidence. Deception is central to Sun Tzu's strategic thinking. Open question. How much of social reality is built from collective perceptions? Permanent note 21. Resource preservation is a competitive advantage. Avoiding unnecessary losses can matter more than achieving spectacular gains. Connection. Warren Buffett's rule: never lose money. Evidence. Sun Tzu repeatedly warns against costly victories. Open question. Why are humans more attracted to dramatic gains than steady preservation? Permanent note 22. Small decisions accumulate. Outcomes are often the result of hundreds of tiny choices rather than one major event. Connection. Habit formation research. Evidence. Sun Tzu's emphasis on preparation and discipline. Open question. Which small daily decisions have the highest long-term leverage? Permanent note 23. Emotional contagion is real. The mood of a leader spreads through a group. Connection, social psychology, and emotional contagion theory. Evidence, Sun Tzu discusses morale as a decisive factor. Open question. How quickly can emotions spread through modern digital networks? Permanent note 24. The obvious move is often the wrong move. What feels natural is often what competitors expect. Connection game theory. Evidence, Sun Tzu favors surprise and indirect action. Open question. Why does originality often feel uncomfortable? Permanent note 25. Patience is active, not passive. Waiting is strategic when it improves your position. Connection, value investing, and opportunity selection. Evidence, Sun Tzu advocates attacking only when conditions favor success. Open question. How do we know when patience becomes procrastination? Permanent note 26. Coordination beats talent. A well-organized group can outperform a collection of talented individuals. Connection, organizational behavior. Evidence, Sun Tzu places enormous emphasis on discipline and alignment. Open question. What is the optimal balance between creativity and coordination? Permanent note 27. Every system produces blind spots. The things a system rewards become visible. Everything else becomes invisible. Connection, Goodhart's law. Evidence, Sun Tzu stresses looking beyond appearances. Open question. How can organizations detect blind spots before crises reveal them? Permanent note 28. Incentives shape behavior. People respond to consequences more reliably than intentions. Connection, economics, and behavioral science. Evidence, Sun Tzu's discussions of discipline and leadership. Open question. Can incentives ever fully align with values? Permanent note 29. Most risks are invisible until they compound. Catastrophic failures often begin as small, overlooked problems. Connection, systems failure, and risk management. Evidence, Sun Tzu's emphasis on early assessment. Open question. What methods best reveal hidden risks before they escalate? Permanent note 30. Adaptation is more important than prediction. The future is difficult to forecast, but adaptation remains possible. Connection, antifragility, and resilience theory. Evidence, Sun Tzu repeatedly advocates flexibility over rigid planning. Open question. How much prediction is actually necessary if adaptation is strong enough? Permanent note 31. Success changes the environment. Winning alters the conditions that produce the win. Connection, market competition. Evidence, Sun Tzu assumes opponents learn and adjust. Open question. Why do successful strategies often stop working after they become famous? Permanent note 32. Reputation is a strategic asset. People treat you differently based on what they expect from you. Connection, branding, and signaling theory. Evidence, Sun Tzu values psychological influence before physical confrontation. Open question. How much of reputation is earned versus intentionally constructed? Permanent note 33. Overcommitment creates fragility. The more attached you become to one outcome, the less adaptable you become. Connection, cognitive bias research. Evidence, Sun Tzu consistently promotes flexibility. Open question. How can conviction coexist with adaptability? Permanent note 34. Simplicity scales better than complexity. Simple systems survive stress more effectively. Connection, software architecture, and engineering. Evidence, Sun Tzu favors clear commands and straightforward execution. Open question. Why do humans consistently build systems more complex than necessary? Permanent note 35. The real opponent is often yourself. Fear, pride, impatience, and ego frequently cause more damage than external competition. Connection, Stoic philosophy. Evidence, many of Sun Tzu's warnings concern self-inflicted mistakes. Open question. If self-mastery is so important, why is it so difficult to measure objectively? These notes reveal something surprising. The Art of War is less a book about warfare and more a book about decision-making under uncertainty. That's why its ideas keep resurfacing in leadership, business, investing, psychology, sports, relationships, negotiation, and systems thinking centuries after the original battlefields disappeared. This is one of the most valuable ways to read The Art of War. The book is famous for its explicit advice, but its real foundations lie in what Sun Tzu never argues for because he assumes his audience already accepts it. Many of these assumptions are so deeply embedded in the text that they disappear into the background. Assumption 1. Human behavior is predictable enough to be strategically manipulated. Sun Tzu repeatedly assumes that people respond to incentives, fear, uncertainty, deception, and advantage in reasonably predictable ways. His strategies depend on this. If opponents reacted randomly, much of the book would collapse. For example, deceive the enemy, attack weakness, create confusion, influence morale. These only work if human psychology follows patterns. Evidence outside the book Modern Psychology generally supports this. People are not perfectly predictable, but they are predictably irrational in many ways. Research in behavioral economics, cognitive psychology, and game theory suggests that human behavior often follows recognizable patterns. Contestation, some modern thinkers emphasize complexity and unpredictability. Human systems often produce surprising outcomes. People do not always behave rationally. Still, the basic assumption remains broadly supported. Verdict mostly supported. Assumption 2. People primarily seek survival, security, and advantage. Sun Tzu assumes actors want to survive and improve their position. Kingdoms seek power. Generals seek victory. Soldiers seek survival. This motivation structure drives almost every recommendation. Evidence outside the book Political Science, Evolutionary Psychology, and Economics often begin with similar assumptions. Contestation humans frequently pursue. Ideology, religion, identity, status, meaning. Sometimes people willingly sacrifice survival itself. The 20th century provided many examples. Verdict partially supported but incomplete. Humans often pursue values beyond self-interest. Assumption 3. Rational calculation usually beats emotion. The ideal strategist in the book is calm, detached, patient, analytical. Emotion is portrayed primarily as a liability. Anger, pride. Impatience, fear. These create mistakes. Evidence outside the book. Many studies support the dangers of emotional decision-making under stress. Contestation, modern psychology, shows emotions also serve important functions. Emotion helps prioritize attention. Emotion supports learning. Emotion guides social cooperation. Emotion is not merely noise. Verdict partially supported. Sun Tzu may underestimate the positive role of emotion. Assumption 4. Organizations can be controlled from the top. The book largely assumes competent leaders can shape outcomes through decisions and commands. The organization behaves as an extension of leadership. Evidence outside the book, military organizations often operate this way. Leadership clearly matters. Contestation, modern organizational theory, reveals that large systems frequently behave in unexpected ways. Information gets distorted. Middle managers reinterpret directives. Culture overwhelms leadership intentions. Complex systems resist control. Verdict increasingly contested. Modern complexity science challenges this assumption. Assumption 5. Information leads to better decisions. Sun Tzu places enormous faith in intelligence gathering. Know yourself. Know your enemy. Use spies. Gather information. Reduce uncertainty. Evidence outside the book generally supported. Better information often improves decisions. Contestation, modern research highlights information overload. More information does not always create better judgment. Sometimes it creates confusion. The quality of interpretation matters more than quantity. Verdict supported but requires qualification. Assumption 6. Conflict is inherent and permanent. Sun Tzu never asks whether competition should exist. He assumes conflict is a fundamental feature of human life. The only question is how to manage it effectively. Evidence outside the book history provides strong support. Competition appears repeatedly across societies. Contestation, some traditions emphasize cooperation as humanity's defining feature. Examples include mutual aid theory, certain anthropological perspectives, cooperative game theory, verdict, partially supported but heavily debated. Assumption 7. Strategic intelligence is more important than moral virtue, one of the book's most controversial assumptions. Sun Tzu rarely asks, is this strategy morally right? Instead, he asks, does this strategy work? Effectiveness receives priority. Evidence outside the book history often rewards effective strategy regardless of moral intent. Contestation, many philosophers reject separating effectiveness from ethics. Examples include Aristotle, Immanuel Kant, modern virtue ethicists. They argue that effectiveness without ethics can become destructive. Verdict, largely worldview-driven, not empirically resolvable. Assumption 8. Adaptation is always better than rigidity. Sun Tzu repeatedly praises flexibility. Water changes shape. The strategist adapts. The rigid leader breaks. Evidence outside the book strongly supported by evolutionary biology, complex adaptive systems, organizational resilience, research, contestation. Some institutions succeed precisely because they maintain stable principles. Too much adaptation can destroy identity. Verdict, mostly supported. Assumption 9. Leaders can accurately perceive reality. Much of the book assumes leaders can gather enough information to form reasonably accurate models of reality. Evidence outside the book sometimes true. Contestation, modern cognitive science, reveals massive limitations. Confirmation bias, overconfidence, motivated reasoning, groupthink. Humans often misunderstand reality, especially powerful humans. Verdict, highly contested. Possibly one of the book's weakest assumptions. Assumption 10. Success comes primarily from superior strategy. The book emphasizes strategic skill. It often implies that better thinking produces better outcomes. Evidence outside the book's strategy clearly matters. Contestation outcomes are also influenced by luck, geography, resources, timing, random events. Modern historians frequently warn against attributing success entirely to strategy. Verdict, partially supported. Possibly overstated. Assumption 11. Opponents behave strategically. Sun Tzu assumes enemies are intelligent actors pursuing coherent goals. Evidence outside the book often true. Contestation, many real-world actors are fragmented, emotional, incompetent, internally divided organizations frequently act inconsistently. Verdict, useful simplification, not universal truth. The assumption that most threatens the entire book if one assumption turns out to be wrong. Much of the art of war loses its foundation. Human behavior is predictable enough to be strategically influenced. Almost every major principle depends on this. Deception works only if people react predictably. Psychological warfare works only if emotions follow patterns. Positioning works only if opponents respond rationally enough to incentives. Intelligence gathering matters only if future behavior can be anticipated. If humans were fundamentally unpredictable, strategy itself would become far less valuable. The book would shift from a guide to influence into a collection of historical observations with limited predictive power. The deepest unstated belief behind the entire book, beneath all of Sun Tzu's advice, lies a single worldview. Reality is not controlled by force alone. It is controlled by understanding. Everything else in the book flows from this belief. Know more. See more clearly. Understand incentives. Understand psychology. Understand circumstances. Understand timing. The strategist who understands reality better than everyone else gains leverage over everyone else. Whether that is universally true remains debatable. But it is the invisible foundation beneath almost every page of The Art of War. The challenge with The Art of War is that most people extract abstract lessons. Be strategic. Think ahead. Know your enemy and never change their behavior. Instead, let's translate Sun Tzu's ideas into specific operating procedures you can implement over the next 30 days. The ranking framework for each habit I'll score. Impact 1 to 10, how much it could improve decisions and outcomes. Friction 1 to 10, how difficult it is to maintain. ROI score, impact divided by friction. The highest ROI changes should be implemented first. 1. The pre-battle planning sheet core idea victories are won before the battle begins. Trigger before any meeting, negotiation, difficult conversation, sales call, interview, presentation, or important email. Action right answers to these 4 questions. 1. What outcome do I want? 2. What outcome do they want? 3. What are the 3 biggest obstacles? 4. What would success look like? Time required 3 minutes. Measurement count. How many important interactions did I prepare for this week? Target 80% plus. Impact 10/10, friction 2/10, ROI 5.02. Daily intelligence collection core idea information is a strategic asset. Trigger end of every workday. Action record, 1 thing you learned. 1 thing that surprised you. 1 thing you need to investigate. Keep it in 1 document. Maximum 5 minutes. Measurement 30 entries in 30 days. Impact 9/10, friction 2/10, ROI 4.53. The opposition exercise core idea know your enemy. Trigger whenever you have a goal involving another person. Action right, if I were them, why would I reject my proposal? Generate 5 answers. Measurement use before every important ask. Track completion rate. Impact 9/10, friction 3/10, ROI 3.04. Stop fighting strong positions core idea attack weakness, avoid strength. Trigger whenever you feel stuck. Action ask, am I pushing against a strength? If yes, find an alternative path. Example, instead of competing against a dominant competitor directly, target an underserved niche. Measurement log each instance. Goal 1 per week. Impact 9/10, friction 4/10, ROI 2.255. Weekly terrain analysis core idea environment matters. Trigger every Sunday. Action list what is helping me. What is hurting me? What changed this week? Adjust plans accordingly. Measurement 4 reviews per month. Impact 8/10, friction 2/10, ROI 4.06. The no unfavorable battle rule core idea avoid costly conflicts. Trigger before arguing online, entering drama, taking a low-value meeting, or engaging in office politics. Action ask, even if I win, what do I gain? If answer is unclear, do not engage. Measurement track avoided conflicts. Target 10 plus in 30 days. Impact 9/10, friction 3/10, ROI 3.07. The decision pre-mortem core idea anticipate failure before it occurs. Trigger any project expected to take more than 5 hours. Action spend 10 minutes answering, it's 6 months later. This failed, why? List 10 reasons. Measurement 100% of major projects. Impact 9/10, friction 4/10, ROI 2.258. Build information advantage core idea knowledge compounds. Trigger first 20 minutes of each morning. Action read or study material directly connected to your goals. No social media, no news. No entertainment. Measurement 20 minutes times 30 days. 600 minutes total. Impact 8/10, friction 3/10, ROI 2.679. Strategic withdrawal practice core idea not every battle deserves effort. Trigger weekly review. Action identify, 1 activity producing low results. Stop doing it. Measurement remove 1 thing every week. Impact 8/10, friction 2/10, ROI 4.010. Emotional delay protocol core idea anger creates bad strategy. Trigger whenever angry, offended, frustrated, or defensive. Action delay. Email message major decision for 24 hours. Measurement track violations. Target 0. Impact 10/10, friction 3/10, ROI 3.33. What you should start with tomorrow, not all 10. Just one. The pre-battle planning sheet. Why? Because it embodies almost the entire philosophy of the art of war. Know yourself. Know the other side. Understand the terrain. Anticipate obstacles. Clarify victory before acting. Tomorrow morning, create a note titled, Battle Plans Before Your First Meaningful Interaction, right? Objective, what do I want? Their objective, what do they want? Obstacles 1, 2, 3. Win condition, how will I know this succeeded? That's it. 3 minutes. No app required. No new system required. No lifestyle overhaul required. If you do this consistently for 30 days, you'll probably notice something subtle but powerful. You stop reacting to events and start shaping them. That's the behavioral shift at the heart of the art of war. It isn't about becoming more aggressive. It's about entering fewer situations unprepared. The exact kind of analysis that separates using a book from merely reading a book. The difficulty with the art of war is that it isn't a modern argument with a clearly stated thesis, evidence section, and conclusion. It's a collection of strategic principles. To steelman it, we first need to identify its deepest underlying claim. Step 1, what is the book's central argument? Most people think the book argues, be strategic. That's too shallow. A deeper formulation is, outcomes in competitive situations are determined less by raw strength than by superior understanding, positioning, information, and adaptation. Or even more strongly, the actor who best understands reality and shapes conditions before conflict occurs can consistently outperform stronger opponents. Everything else in the book flows from this idea. Know yourself. Know the enemy. Use intelligence. Avoid direct confrontation. Create advantageous conditions. Exploit weaknesses. Adapt continuously. The strongest possible steelman. Let's make the argument stronger than Sun Tzu himself did. Steelman version throughout history. Brute force has repeatedly lost to superior strategy. Physical resources matter, but resources only become effective through decisions. The world is fundamentally shaped by information. Not force. Force is downstream of information. Every meaningful advantage originates in better perception of reality. The person, organization, army, company, investor, or nation that understands incentives, constraints, psychology, timing, systems better than competitors gains leverage that exceeds their raw resources. Therefore, the highest form of power is not force. It is the ability to shape conditions before force becomes necessary. Evidence supporting the steelman, let's go beyond what Sun Tzu knew. Evolution in nature, intelligence frequently beats strength. Humans did not become dominant because we were physically strongest. We became dominant because we coordinated better, shared information better, adapted faster. Strategy defeated biology. Business consider. Netflix vs. Blockbuster, Amazon vs. Borders, Apple vs. Nokia. The winners often had fewer resources initially. What they possessed was superior understanding of future conditions. They repositioned before competitors understood the game had changed. Military history, the most cited examples. Hannibal at the Battle of Cannae. Hannibal defeated a much larger Roman force through positioning and tactical design. D-Day, the Allies used deception operations before the Normandy landings to influence German decision-making. Israel 1967. The Six-Day War demonstrated how preparation, intelligence, and speed can offset numerical disadvantages. Psychology, modern cognitive science, strongly supports Sun Tzu's emphasis on perception. Humans do not respond to objective reality. They respond to models of reality. Influence those models and behavior changes. This supports deception, signaling reputation, deterrence. All core Sun Tzu themes. Systems theory, modern systems thinking, reinforces one of Sun Tzu's deepest intuitions. Small interventions at high leverage points outperform large interventions at low leverage points. The strategist seeks leverage. The brute seeks force. The strongest counterargument, now let's try to destroy the book. The strongest critique is not, strategy doesn't matter. Clearly it does. The strongest critique is, Sun Tzu systematically overestimates how much reality can be understood and controlled. Thinker 1, Karl von Clausewitz. Karl von Clausewitz would probably be the most important critic. His central idea, war is dominated by uncertainty. He called it friction. No matter how good your plan is, information is incomplete. Communication fails, people panic, weather changes, luck intervenes. Clausewitz argues, the strategist never possesses the level of understanding Sun Tzu often implies. Thinker 2, Nassim Nicholas Taleb. Nassim Nicholas Taleb would likely say, humans dramatically underestimate randomness. After events occur, we invent strategic explanations. Many apparent successes are actually luck. Many apparent failures are actually bad luck. Sun Tzu risks creating an illusion of predictability. Thinker 3, Herbert Simon. Herbert A. Simon introduced bounded rationality. Humans do not optimize. They satisfy. Decision makers operate under severe information constraints. The perfect strategist assumed by Sun Tzu may not exist. Thinker 4, Daniel Kahneman. Daniel Kahneman demonstrated that people routinely misunderstand reality. Biases are everywhere: overconfidence, confirmation bias, hindsight bias. If leaders cannot perceive reality accurately, many Sun Tzu prescriptions become unreliable. Evidence against Sun Tzu World War. Many leaders believed they understood conditions. They were disastrously wrong. The war became a multi-year catastrophe. Strategic insight proved insufficient. Financial markets investors possess extraordinary information. Yet most professionals fail to beat market averages consistently. Knowledge alone often does not produce superior outcomes. Startups' thousands of founders carefully study markets, competitors, and customers. Most still fail. The world is often less predictable than strategic theories imply. The deepest weakness in the book Sun Tzu often treats uncertainty as reducible. Gather enough information, study enough, observe enough, and uncertainty shrinks. Modern science suggests some uncertainty is fundamental. Not temporary, not fixable, fundamental. Complex systems generate outcomes nobody can predict reliably. The deepest strength in the book, ironically. The book survives because its most important lesson does not depend on prediction being perfect. Even if the world is chaotic, better information is still better than worse information. Adaptability is still better than rigidity. Preparation is still better than improvisation. Understanding incentives is still useful. The book remains valuable even when its strongest claims are weakened. Final assessment: after steelmaning and attacking the argument as hard as possible, what holds up extremely well: adaptability matters. Information matters. Incentives matter. Psychology matters. Preparation matters. Positioning matters. Indirect approaches often outperform direct force. These ideas are strongly supported by modern evidence. What holds up less well: the implied predictability of human systems. The assumption that leaders can accurately perceive reality. The assumption that strategic intelligence can reliably overcome randomness. Modern research substantially weakens these claims. The overall verdict, if interpreted literally: a sufficiently intelligent strategist can understand and control outcomes. The book does not survive scrutiny. Reality is too complex. Luck matters too much. Human cognition is too flawed. If interpreted more modestly, you cannot control outcomes, but you can dramatically improve your odds through better understanding, preparation, positioning, and adaptation. Then the book survives remarkably well. In fact, many modern fields, from behavioral economics to systems thinking to military science, have largely reinforced that version of its central insight. So after a serious Steelman challenge, the art of war does not emerge as a universal law of success. It emerges as something arguably more useful, a timeless framework for increasing the probability of favorable outcomes in uncertain competitive environments. That claim remains surprisingly resilient more than 2,000 years after Sun Tzu wrote it. When we talk of the potential criticism or limitation of the ideas presented in the art of war, this is where the art of war becomes most interesting. Many books look brilliant when you only ask, "What can I learn from this?" Fewer survive the question, where might this be wrong, incomplete, or dangerous if applied blindly? Below are some of the most important criticisms and limitations of the art of war, along with ways they can be addressed. 1. It overestimates how predictable people are. The idea Sun Tzu assumes that if you understand people well enough, you can anticipate their behavior and influence their decisions. Many of his principles depend on this: deception, psychological pressure, strategic positioning, manipulating incentives. The limitation: real people are often irrational. They act from ego, fear, ideology, identity, habit. Sometimes people knowingly act against their own interests. History is full of leaders who ignored logic and made disastrous decisions. How to address it: treat predictions as probabilities, not certainties. Instead of asking, "What will they do?" ask, "What are the 3 most likely things they might do?" This shifts strategy from prediction to preparation. 2. It underestimates luck. The idea. The book often implies that superior strategy leads to superior outcomes. The limitation: luck plays a huge role in life. A brilliant strategy can fail. A poor strategy can succeed. Examples include markets, politics, business, sports. Outcomes often contain randomness. How to address it: judge decisions by process, not results alone. Ask, was this a good decision given what I knew at the time? Not, did it work? Good strategy improves odds. It does not guarantee success. 3. It can encourage excessive manipulation. The idea Sun Tzu frequently praises deception. One famous line states, "All warfare is based on deception." The limitation: applied outside warfare. This can become problematic. In relationships, leadership, teams, communities, trust is often more valuable than tactical advantage. Constant manipulation can destroy cooperation. How to address it: distinguish between strategic discretion, keeping plans private, and manipulation, misleading people for personal gain. In long-term relationships, trust usually compounds faster than deception. 4. It focuses more on winning than ethics. The idea Sun Tzu asks, what works? Far more often than what is right. The limitation: effectiveness and morality are not always aligned. History contains many highly effective leaders whose actions were harmful. A strategy can succeed while causing enormous damage. How to address it: add an ethical filter. Before implementing any strategy, ask 1. Will this work? 2. Is it legal? 3. Is it ethical? 4. Would I be comfortable if this became public? A strategy should pass all 4 tests. 5. It assumes leaders can see reality clearly. The idea. The book repeatedly stresses accurate assessment. Know yourself. Know the enemy. Know the situation. The limitation: humans are notoriously bad at this. Research shows common biases: overconfidence, confirmation bias, groupthink, motivated reasoning. People often believe they understand situations far better than they actually do. How to address it: build systems that challenge your assumptions. Examples: seek opposing viewpoints. Conduct pre-mortems. Encourage disagreement. Review failed predictions. The goal is not certainty. The goal is reducing blind spots. 6. It can create an overly competitive mindset. The idea. The book views many interactions through the lens of conflict. The limitation: not every situation is a battle. Many important outcomes emerge from cooperation, trust, partnership, shared goals. Treating everything as competition can damage relationships and organizations. How to address it? Ask first, is this actually a battle? Many situations are better viewed as collaboration problems rather than competitive ones. 7. It says little about innovation. The idea most of the book focuses on outmaneuvering opponents. The limitation modern success often comes from creating something new rather than defeating rivals. Think of scientific breakthroughs, new technologies, artistic movements. Sometimes the best strategy is not to compete at all. It's to create a new game. How to address it combines Sun Tzu with innovation thinking. Ask, can I create a new opportunity instead of fighting over an existing one? 8. It was written for hierarchical organizations. The idea the book assumes clear chains of command. Leaders decide. Followers execute. The limitation modern organizations often rely on. Knowledge workers, distributed teams, collaboration, creativity people cannot simply be ordered into producing great ideas. How to address its shift from command and control leadership to environment design. Instead of controlling people directly, create conditions that help them succeed. 9. It sometimes treats adaptability as a universal solution. The idea be flexible. Adapt constantly. Respond to changing circumstances. The limitation too much adaptation can create instability. Organizations also need principles, identity, long-term commitments. Not everything should change. How to address it separate, principles stable. From tactics flexible. Keep your values fixed. Adapt your methods. 10. It doesn't fully explain how to balance short-term and long-term success. The idea the book often focuses on immediate strategic advantage. The limitation, some actions that help today can hurt tomorrow. Examples, winning a negotiation but damaging trust. Cutting costs but weakening culture. Beating competitors but creating regulatory backlash. How to address it, evaluate decisions on multiple time horizons. 1 month, 1 year, 10 years. A truly strong strategy survives all three. The biggest limitation of all, the deepest limitation, is not that Sun Tzu was wrong. It's that he wrote primarily about competition. But human life contains many domains where competition is not the highest goal. Examples include friendship, family, education, community, science, love. In these areas, the question is often not, how do I win? But how do we flourish together? The Art of War offers relatively little guidance there. How modern readers should use the book. The strongest way to read The Art of War is not as a universal philosophy. Instead, treat it as a specialist manual for situations involving competition, negotiation, uncertainty, limited resources, strategic decision-making when you're facing a competitive environment. Many of Sun Tzu's insights remain remarkably useful. When you're building trust, nurturing relationships, fostering creativity, or pursuing shared goals, you may need other frameworks to complement it. That's not a flaw unique to The Art of War. It's the limitation of any powerful framework. It illuminates some parts of reality exceptionally well while leaving others in shadow. Everyone thinks The Art of War is about battlefields. But here's the strange part. Most people who use Sun Tzu's ideas today have never commanded an army. They run companies, coach sports teams, lead organizations, win elections, negotiate deals, or simply navigate everyday life. Because the battles have changed. Human nature hasn't. The same principles that helped ancient generals defeat larger armies now appear in boardrooms, locker rooms, political campaigns, and even personal decisions. So let's leave the battlefields of ancient China behind and see what happens when Sun Tzu's ideas collide with the modern world. Principle 1, know yourself, know your opponent. Core idea. Understand your strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and limitations before taking action. Business. Netflix understood that streaming was the future, while Blockbuster remained focused on physical stores. Netflix knew its strengths and recognized Blockbuster's inability to adapt quickly. Sports. Before defeating opponents, elite fighters spend months studying their habits, weaknesses, and tendencies. The best fighters often win before entering the ring. Military history. During the Gulf War, Coalition forces studied Iraqi defenses extensively before launching operations, allowing them to exploit weaknesses with remarkable speed. Leadership: a great manager knows which team members thrive under pressure and which need support before assigning critical projects. Politics: successful campaigns spend enormous resources studying voter concerns rather than simply promoting their own message. Everyday life: before a salary negotiation, understanding both your value and your employer's priorities dramatically improves your chances of success. Principle 2: win before the battle begins. Core idea: preparation creates victories long before action starts. Business: Apple spends years designing products before launch day. What looks like an overnight success is often the result of years of invisible preparation. Sports championships are often won during training camp, not during the final game. Military history: the Allied deception campaign before D-Day convinced German commanders to expect an invasion elsewhere. Leadership: strong leaders build trust long before they need support during a crisis. Politics: the best political campaigns build volunteer networks months before election season reaches its peak. Everyday life: the easiest exam is often the one you began preparing for weeks earlier. Principle 3: avoid fighting strength with strength. Core idea: attack weaknesses instead of confronting strengths directly. Business: smaller startups rarely beat industry giants by copying them. They succeed by serving overlooked markets. Sports: a smaller basketball team may focus on speed and three-point shooting rather than battling larger opponents near the basket. Military history: guerrilla forces often avoid direct confrontations and target supply lines instead. Leadership: instead of forcing change through authority, effective leaders often build support gradually. Politics: candidates often focus on regions where voters are undecided, rather than wasting effort on opponents' strongest territories. Everyday life: if you're not naturally outgoing, networking through small groups may work better than large, crowded events. Principle 4: deception shapes reality. Core idea: people react to what they believe is happening. Business companies often announce future innovations to influence competitors and customer expectations. Sports: a quarterback uses play-action passes to make defenders commit to the wrong decision. Military history: Operation Fortitude before D-Day used fake tanks, fake radio traffic, and false intelligence to deceive Germany. Leadership: sometimes leaders reveal only part of a plan until the organization is ready for change. Politics: campaign messaging often seeks to shape public perception before policy debates even begin. Everyday life: how you frame a proposal often matters as much as the proposal itself. Principle 5: adapt faster than everyone else. Core idea: flexibility beats rigid planning. Business: Amazon continually reinvented itself from bookseller to technology giant. Sports: the best coaches adjust tactics at halftime rather than stubbornly following the original plan. Military history: successful commanders modify plans when battlefield conditions change. Leadership: great leaders respond to reality, not to outdated assumptions. Politics: politicians who adapt to changing public concerns often survive longer than those who cling to old messages. Everyday life: people who adjust quickly after setbacks usually recover faster than those who refuse to change course. Principle 6: information is a competitive advantage. Core idea: better decisions come from better information. Business companies spend millions on customer research because understanding customers creates leverage. Sports teams use detailed analytics to gain small but meaningful advantages. Military history: accurate intelligence has repeatedly changed the outcome of wars. Leadership: leaders who actively seek bad news often avoid major surprises. Politics: campaigns invest heavily in polling and voter data. Everyday life: the person who researches a major purchase carefully usually makes better decisions than the person who buys impulsively. Principle 7: momentum is powerful. Core idea: small advantages can compound into major victories. Business: a startup gains its first customers, then referrals, then market recognition, creating a self-reinforcing cycle. Sports' one successful play can shift the energy of an entire game. Military history, a breakthrough in one area often causes wider collapse elsewhere. Leadership early wins build confidence and encourage future success. Politics momentum from early victories can reshape an entire election. Everyday life, one healthy habit often leads naturally to several others. Principle 8, the greatest victory costs the least core idea. Success should be efficient, not merely dramatic. Business, the most profitable deal, is often the one reached without a costly legal battle. Sports, a team that controls possession, conserves energy while forcing opponents to work harder. Military history, the most admired victories are often those achieved with minimal losses. Leadership resolving conflicts before they escalate saves time, morale, and resources. Politics building coalitions is usually cheaper than fighting every opponent. Everyday life avoiding unnecessary arguments often produces better outcomes than winning them. More than 2,000 years after Sun Tzu wrote The Art of War, these principles continue to appear everywhere. Not because life is a battlefield, but because competition, uncertainty, human psychology, and decision-making remain remarkably unchanged. The tools are different. The arenas are different. The principles are not. Most people think The Art of War is a book about armies. But Sun Tzu was really studying something much deeper. Human behavior. More than 2,500 years before psychology became a science. Before economists studied incentives. Before neuroscientists mapped the brain. Before researchers explained cognitive biases. Sun Tzu was observing how people make decisions under pressure. How fear changes judgment. How confidence can become overconfidence. How perception shapes reality. How emotions influence outcomes. And how the person who understands these forces often wins before anyone realizes a contest has even begun. The weapons have changed. The battlefields have changed. But the human mind hasn't changed nearly as much as we'd like to believe. Every day, people negotiate salaries, compete for promotions, build businesses, lead teams, make investments, manage relationships. And in each of these situations, the same psychological forces that shaped ancient wars are still quietly at work. So let's take the core principles of the art of war and connect them to what modern psychology, behavioral economics, decision-making research, and emotional intelligence have discovered about how humans actually think, feel, and behave. Because what Sun Tzu called strategy, modern science often calls human nature. Principle 1. Know yourself, know your opponent. What Sun Tzu said, if you know yourself and know your enemy, you need not fear the outcome of 100 battles. Modern psychology, this aligns with self-awareness, one of the foundations of emotional intelligence. Research consistently shows that people are surprisingly poor judges of their own abilities. We overestimate strengths. We underestimate weaknesses. We misread our motivations. Psychologists call this the self-assessment problem. Sun Tzu understood that bad decisions often begin with poor self-understanding. Behavioral economics, this connects to overconfidence bias. People frequently believe they know more than they actually do. Markets, business, politics. Everywhere. The greatest strategic mistake is often misjudging yourself. Decision-making, insight, good decisions require accurate models. Not only of the world, but of yourself. Principle 2. All warfare is based on deception. What Sun Tzu said, people react to appearances. Therefore, appearances matter. Modern psychology, humans do not experience objective reality directly. We experience interpretations of reality. The brain constantly uses shortcuts to make sense of the world. Those shortcuts can be manipulated. Behavioral economics, this resembles framing effects. The same information presented differently can produce different decisions. A product labeled 90% success rate feels different from one labeled 10% failure rate. The facts are identical. The perception is not. Emotional intelligence. Emotion follows perception. Change the perception. You often change the emotional response. Principle 3. Win before the battle begins. What Sun Tzu said: the best victories are secured before fighting becomes necessary. Modern psychology preparation reduces cognitive load. When pressure arrives, the brain relies heavily on existing habits and mental models. People who prepare effectively appear calm because many decisions have already been made. Decision science. This is pre-commitment. You create advantageous conditions before the critical moment arrives. The decision becomes easier because the environment has already been shaped. Emotional intelligence preparation reduces anxiety because uncertainty decreases. Principle 4. Attack weakness. Avoid strength. What Sun Tzu said: do not challenge your opponent where they are strongest. Behavioral economics. This resembles comparative advantage. Success often comes from leveraging unique strengths rather than competing head-to-head. Psychology. People waste enormous energy trying to fix every weakness. Elite performers usually build around strengths instead. Decision-making. The highest return opportunities are often found where competition is weakest. Principle 5. Adapt like water. What Sun Tzu said: water changes shape according to its environment. A strategist should do the same. Modern psychology adaptability is closely linked to psychological flexibility. Research suggests resilient people are not necessarily tougher. They are more adaptable. Behavioral economics. Markets constantly change. Consumer preferences change. Technology changes. The ability to adjust often matters more than the original plan. Emotional intelligence. Emotionally intelligent people adapt their responses to circumstances rather than reacting automatically. Principle 6. Control your emotions. What Sun Tzu said: never act from anger. Never let emotion dictate strategy. Modern psychology. Strong emotions narrow attention. They increase impulsive decision-making. They reduce long-term thinking. Neuroscience. Under stress, the brain shifts toward survival-oriented responses. This can impair judgment. Emotional intelligence. Self-regulation is one of the strongest predictors of effective leadership. Sun Tzu understood this centuries before the term existed. Principle 7. Information creates advantage. What Sun Tzu said: use spies. Gather intelligence. Reduce uncertainty. Modern psychology. The brain constantly makes predictions. Better information improves those predictions. Behavioral economics. Markets reward information advantages. Not because information guarantees success, but because it improves decision quality. Decision-making. Good decisions are impossible without understanding reality. The challenge is separating signal from noise. Principle 8. Momentum multiplies outcomes. What Sun Tzu said: properly applied force creates overwhelming momentum. Psychology. Success builds confidence. Confidence influences behavior. Behavior influences results. Results reinforce confidence. This creates a feedback loop. Behavioral economics. Small advantages often compound. Tiny edges can become major advantages over time. Emotional intelligence. Leaders who create early wins generate motivation that spreads through teams. Principle 9. Avoid unnecessary conflict. What Sun Tzu said: the highest victory is winning without fighting. Psychology. Many conflicts emerge from ego rather than necessity. Behavioral economics. Every conflict has opportunity costs: time, energy, resources, attention. Emotional intelligence. Emotionally mature people ask, do I need to win this argument? Rather than, can I win this argument? Principle 10. The real battlefield is the human mind. What Sun Tzu said: strategy begins with understanding people. Modern science. After thousands of years of research, psychology continues reaching a similar conclusion. Human behavior is driven by incentives, emotions, perceptions, habits, beliefs, social influences. These forces shape outcomes long before visible actions occur. And that may be why the art of war still feels surprisingly modern. Because beneath every business deal every negotiation, every election, every leadership challenge, every difficult decision, the same battlefield remains: the human mind. And the person who understands it best often gains the greatest advantage. What if one of the most influential books ever written was secretly describing how the human brain works? More than 2,000 years before scientists even knew the brain existed as we understand it today. Sun Tzu never saw a brain scan. He never studied neurons. He never heard terms like dopamine, cognitive bias, emotional regulation, or neural networks. And yet, many of the patterns he observed on ancient battlefields are now being confirmed inside modern neuroscience laboratories. Because while technology has transformed the world, human biology has changed very little. The same brain that helped a soldier survive in ancient China is still operating inside us today. The same fear, the same ambition, the same overconfidence, the same tendency to misjudge risk, the same emotional reactions under pressure. Different century, different tools, same brain. And that's one reason the art of war remains relevant after more than 2,500 years. Sun Tzu wasn't really studying war. He was studying decision-making under uncertainty. He was studying human behavior under stress. He was studying how people think, react, and make choices when the stakes are high. Today, neuroscience gives us a window into what he could only observe from the outside. It shows us what happens inside the brain when fear takes over. Why preparation creates confidence. Why emotions distort judgment. Why uncertainty feels uncomfortable. And why some of Sun Tzu's most famous principles still work in boardrooms, sports arenas, negotiations, relationships, and everyday life. So let's step inside the brain itself and discover how modern neuroscience helps explain the timeless wisdom hidden inside the art of war. Principle 1. Know yourself. Know your opponent. What Sun Tzu observed: the person who understands both themselves and their opponent gains a powerful advantage. What neuroscience discovered: your brain is constantly building models. Models of yourself, models of other people, models of the world. The problem is that these models are often wrong. The brain prefers confidence over accuracy. Studies have repeatedly shown that people overestimate their abilities, knowledge, and judgment. This is partly linked to activity in brain networks involved in self-evaluation and prediction. The brain fills in missing information and creates stories that feel true, even when they are not. Sun Tzu understood something remarkable. Before you can defeat external enemies, you must first defeat your internal illusions. That's why self-awareness remains one of the most powerful competitive advantages. Principle 2. Control your emotions before they control you. What Sun Tzu observed: anger creates poor decisions. Fear creates hesitation. Emotion clouds judgment. What neuroscience discovered: when the brain detects a threat, the amygdala becomes highly active. This system evolved to keep humans alive. The problem is that the amygdala reacts much faster than conscious reasoning. Before the logical parts of the brain fully analyze the situation, emotional responses may already be shaping behavior. This is why people send angry emails, make impulsive purchases, say things they regret, overreact during conflict. Sun Tzu understood the outcome long before neuroscience understood the mechanism. A person ruled by emotion becomes predictable. A person who regulates emotion gains freedom to choose their response. Principle 3. Win before the battle begins. What Sun Tzu observed: preparation creates victory. What neuroscience discovered: the brain loves familiarity. When situations are practiced repeatedly, neural pathways become stronger and more efficient. This process is called neuroplasticity. Athletes rehearse, pilots simulate emergencies, musicians practice relentlessly. Why? Because preparation reduces cognitive load. The brain spends less energy figuring things out in real time. What looks like confidence is often preparation made invisible. Sun Tzu understood that preparation moves decisions into the future. Before pressure arrives, before stress interferes, before mistakes happen. Principle 4. All warfare is based on deception. What Sun Tzu observed: people respond to appearances, not reality itself. What neuroscience discovered: the brain does not passively record reality. It actively constructs it. Researchers now describe the brain as a prediction machine. It constantly guesses what is happening and updates those guesses based on incoming information. This process works remarkably well, but it creates vulnerabilities. Perception can be manipulated. Expectations influence what people notice. Beliefs influence interpretation. This is why framing matters. Why first impressions matter. Why narratives matter. Sun Tzu recognized that influencing perception often changes behavior. Neuroscience explains why. Principle 5. Adapt like water. What Sun Tzu observed: rigid strategies break. Flexible strategies survive. What neuroscience discovered: the brain is designed to adapt. Neural connections strengthen, weaken, and reorganize based on experience. This adaptability helped humans survive changing environments for thousands of years. Research consistently shows that psychological flexibility is one of the strongest predictors of resilience. People who adapt recover faster from setbacks. People who cling rigidly to expectations often struggle. Sun Tzu described this principle using water. Modern neuroscience describes it using neuroplasticity. Different language, same insight. Principle 6. Information creates advantage. What Sun Tzu observed: the better informed leader gains an edge. What neuroscience discovered: the brain is fundamentally a prediction engine. Its primary job is not thinking. Its primary job is predicting. Every decision relies on expectations about the future. The more accurate the information available, the more accurate those predictions become. This reduces uncertainty, and the brain loves reducing uncertainty, because uncertainty often triggers stress responses. Sun Tzu's obsession with intelligence gathering now makes perfect neurological sense. Better information creates better predictions. Better predictions create better decisions. Principle 7. Momentum changes everything. What Sun Tzu observed: small advantages can become overwhelming advantages. What neuroscience discovered: the brain's reward system is heavily influenced by progress. When people experience progress, dopamine pathways become active. This creates motivation. Motivation increases effort. Effort creates results. Results generate more motivation. A feedback loop begins. Momentum is not merely psychological. It has biological foundations. Sun Tzu observed momentum on battlefields. Neuroscience observes it inside the brain. Principle 8. The greatest victory is winning without fighting. What Sun Tzu observed: the best victory avoids unnecessary conflict. What neuroscience discovered: conflict consumes enormous cognitive and emotional resources. Stress hormones increase. Attention narrows. Decision quality often declines. Relationships deteriorate. Energy is depleted. The brain pays a cost for prolonged conflict. Sun Tzu understood that avoiding costly battles preserves resources. Modern neuroscience confirms that this applies not only to armies. It applies to individuals, teams, organizations, and relationships. The deeper truth: when neuroscientists study decision-making today, they often focus on perception, prediction, emotion, attention, learning, adaptation. When Sun Tzu studied warfare 2,500 years ago, he focused on perception, prediction, emotion, attention, learning, adaptation. The vocabulary is different. The technology is different. The explanations are different. But the patterns are surprisingly similar. Because beneath every negotiation, every competition, every leadership challenge, every difficult decision, there is still the same human brain, trying to understand the world, trying to reduce uncertainty, trying to avoid danger, trying to improve its chances of success. And that may be the real reason the art of war continues to endure. Not because it teaches ancient warfare, but because it captures enduring truths about how human beings think, decide, and act under pressure. What if I told you that one of the world's most famous books may have influenced people who never stepped onto a battlefield? A book written more than 2,500 years ago. In a world without electricity, without the internet, without modern science, yet its ideas would eventually find their way into corporate boardrooms, political campaigns, professional sports, intelligence agencies, and even Silicon Valley startups. But that's only the beginning, because the story behind the art of war is far stranger than most people realize. For example, did you know that historians aren't even completely certain whether Sun Tzu existed exactly as the legend describes? Or that some of the book's most famous lines may have survived multiple wars, dynasties, invasions, and centuries of political upheaval before reaching us? And here's something even more surprising. The book that many people think is about fighting spends a remarkable amount of time explaining how to avoid fighting. The more you dig into its history, the stranger it becomes. Because hidden behind the famous quotes is a world filled with ambitious kings, secret spies, political intrigue, disappearing records, and strategic ideas that somehow keep reappearing throughout history. Again and again, in places Sun Tzu could never have imagined. And along the way, we'll uncover forgotten stories, surprising historical connections, and little-known facts that reveal why this ancient book continues to fascinate readers more than 2 millennia later. Because the real story of the art of war is not just about war. It's about how one small book managed to survive while entire kingdoms vanished. And that mystery begins long before the book itself. Surprising fact 1. We don't know as much about Sun Tzu as people think. For someone whose name is known around the world, Sun Tzu remains surprisingly mysterious. Unlike many famous historical figures, we have very little direct information about his life. Much of what people believe about him comes from records written generations later. Some historians have even debated whether the Sun Tzu of legend represents one individual, several strategists combined together, or a historical figure whose story gradually became mythologized. Which means one of history's most influential authors is also one of its most elusive. And somehow, that mystery has only made the book more powerful. Surprising fact 2. The book nearly disappeared more than once. When we read The Art of War today, it's easy to assume the text traveled smoothly through history. It didn't. Ancient manuscripts were vulnerable to war, fire, weather, political purges, and simple neglect. Entire libraries vanished throughout Chinese history. Countless texts disappeared forever. Yet somehow the art of war survived. Generation after generation copied it by hand. Long before printing presses existed, every surviving copy represented hours of labor. One missed generation could have erased the book completely. The fact that it survived at all is remarkable. Hidden connection #1. Sun Tzu and modern startups. At first glance, ancient warfare and technology startups seem unrelated. But many startup founders unknowingly apply Sun Tzu's logic. When a small company enters a market dominated by giant competitors, direct confrontation is usually a losing strategy. Instead, successful startups often target overlooked opportunities, smaller niches, underserved customers, emerging technologies. This mirrors one of Sun Tzu's core ideas: avoid strength, attack weakness. More than 2,000 years later, the battlefield has changed. The logic hasn't. Little-known story 1. The concubine demonstration. One of the most famous stories about Sun Tzu involves a king who wanted proof that his military theories actually worked. According to tradition, Sun Tzu was asked to train a group of palace attendants. Many of them treated the exercise like a joke. They laughed, ignored commands, and refused to take the instructions seriously. What happened next shocked the royal court. Sun Tzu responded with absolute seriousness. His actions demonstrated a lesson about leadership, accountability, and discipline that transformed how the king viewed him. Whether every detail of the story is historically accurate remains debated. But the tale became one of the most enduring legends associated with his name. Surprising fact 3. The book became more famous outside China than for centuries within it. Many people assumed the art of war was continuously famous everywhere. Not exactly. The book enjoyed periods of prominence and periods of relative obscurity. Its global explosion in popularity happened much later. Translations introduced it to military officers, political thinkers, executives, athletes, and business leaders around the world. Ironically, some of the book's most enthusiastic readers lived thousands of miles from the world that produced it. Hidden connection 2. The book and behavioral economics. Sun Tzu never used the term behavioral economics. The field wouldn't exist for over 2,000 years. Yet many of his observations sound surprisingly familiar. He understood that people react emotionally, that perceptions influence decisions, that incentives matter, that overconfidence creates mistakes. Modern researchers study these ideas using experiments and statistics. Sun Tzu studied them through observation. Different methods, remarkably similar conclusions. Little-known story 2. Why the book is so short. One reason the art of war has endured is its unusual structure. Many ancient works are enormous, dense, and difficult to remember. Sun Tzu's text is different. It is compact, portable, easy to copy, easy to memorize, easy to teach. In a world where books were copied by hand, brevity wasn't just elegant. It was a survival advantage. The book's size may have helped preserve it through centuries of uncertainty. Surprising fact 4. Some of the most important lessons aren't about fighting. Many readers expect a manual of aggression. Instead, they encounter repeated warnings. Avoid unnecessary conflict. Preserve resources. Gather information. Understand people. Think carefully before acting. In some ways, the book spends more time discussing prevention than combat, which may be why its lessons transfer so easily into business, leadership, negotiation, and everyday decision-making. The strange legacy, perhaps the most surprising fact of all, is this: the kingdoms Sun Tzu wrote about are gone. Their rulers are gone. Their armies are gone. Their battlefields have largely disappeared into history. Yet the ideas survived, passed from hand to hand, century after century, crossing languages, crossing cultures, crossing continents, and every generation seems to discover something new hidden inside the same small book. Which raises an intriguing question. What did Sun Tzu see about human nature that still feels relevant after more than 2,000 years? That mystery may be the most fascinating story of all. What happens when some of history's greatest minds sit down at the same table? An ancient Chinese strategist, a Roman emperor, a Renaissance political advisor, a Prussian military theorist, a modern psychologist, a billionaire investor. At first, they seem to have nothing in common. They lived in different centuries, spoke different languages, faced different problems, and saw the world through very different lenses. Yet when you look closely, a fascinating pattern begins to emerge. Again and again, these thinkers wrestled with the same questions. How do people make decisions? Why do some leaders succeed while others fail? What separates preparation from luck? How do you influence others without force? And how do you win in a world filled with uncertainty? Sometimes their answers sound remarkably similar. Sometimes they directly contradict one another. And often, the most valuable lessons emerge from the tension between their ideas. So let's place Sun Tzu's The Art of War alongside some of the most influential thinkers in history and discover where they agree, where they disagree, and what practical lessons we can take from both sides. Sun Tzu and Marcus Aurelius' strategy meet self-mastery on the surface. They seem worlds apart. Sun Tzu was concerned with victory. Marcus Aurelius was concerned with virtue. Sun Tzu studied battlefields. Marcus Aurelius studied the mind. Yet both arrived at a surprisingly similar conclusion. The greatest threat often comes from within. Sun Tzu warns against anger, arrogance, and impulsive action. Marcus Aurelius warns against being controlled by emotions and external events. Key difference: Sun Tzu asks, how do I gain an advantage? Marcus asks, how do I remain wise regardless of the outcome? Practical lesson: control your emotions before trying to control circumstances. Whether you're leading a company, negotiating a deal, or handling conflict, self-mastery comes before strategic mastery. Sun Tzu and Niccolò Machiavelli. The reality of power: few thinkers are compared to Sun Tzu more often than Niccolò Machiavelli. Both rejected wishful thinking. Both believed leaders must understand reality as it is, not as they wish it to be. Both recognized that perception often shapes outcomes. Key difference: Machiavelli focuses heavily on political power and maintaining authority. Sun Tzu focuses on positioning, preparation, and minimizing costly conflict. Machiavelli asks, how do I keep power? Sun Tzu asks, how do I achieve objectives efficiently? Practical lesson: power without strategy becomes fragile. Strategy without influence becomes ineffective. The strongest leaders develop both. Sun Tzu and Karl von Clausewitz. The great debate about war: if Sun Tzu has an intellectual rival, it is probably Karl von Clausewitz. Both studied conflict. Both analyzed victory and defeat. Both became enormously influential. Yet they viewed uncertainty differently. Sun Tzu often suggests that careful preparation can create predictable advantages. Clausewitz emphasizes chaos, friction, confusion, chance, unexpected events. Key difference: Sun Tzu is optimistic about strategy. Clausewitz is skeptical about control. Practical lesson: prepare extensively, but remain humble. No plan survives reality unchanged. The best leaders combine preparation with adaptability. Sun Tzu and Warren Buffett investing as strategy at first glance. An ancient military strategist and Warren Buffett seem unrelated. Yet many of Buffett's principles echo Sun Tzu. Both emphasize patience. Both avoid unnecessary battles. Both focus on favorable conditions. Neither believes every opportunity should be pursued. Key difference: Sun Tzu discusses defeating opponents. Buffett often focuses on avoiding mistakes. Practical lesson: many victories come not from doing more, but from avoiding costly errors. Sometimes the smartest move is the one you don't make. Sun Tzu and Daniel Kahneman. Human judgment under pressure. Modern psychology transformed our understanding of decision-making. Few thinkers contributed more than Daniel Kahneman. Kahneman demonstrated how often human judgment fails, how biases distort thinking, how confidence exceeds accuracy. Interestingly, Sun Tzu repeatedly warns against similar problems: overconfidence, misjudging reality, ignoring information. Key difference: Sun Tzu tells us what effective strategists should do. Kahneman explains why people often fail to do it. Practical lesson: good strategy requires protecting yourself from your own mental blind spots, not just from external threats. Sun Tzu and Peter Drucker. Strategy and management. Peter Drucker transformed modern management. Like Sun Tzu, he believed that clarity creates leverage. Both thinkers stress understanding reality before taking action. Both prioritize effectiveness over activity. Key difference: Sun Tzu focuses on competition. Drucker focuses on organizations and performance. Practical lesson: being busy is not the same as being effective. The best leaders spend more time deciding what not to do. Sun Tzu and Charles Darwin. Adaptation wins. This comparison surprises many people. But Sun Tzu and Charles Darwin share a powerful insight. Success often belongs to those who adapt, not necessarily those who are strongest, not necessarily those who are smartest, those who adjust best to changing conditions. Key difference: Darwin describes biological evolution. Sun Tzu describes strategic adaptation. Practical lesson: rigid systems break. Flexible systems survive. The ability to adapt may be the most important competitive advantage of all. Sun Tzu and Robert Cialdini. The psychology of influence. Modern persuasion expert Robert Cialdini studies how people influence one another. His research highlights social proof, authority, commitment, and reciprocity. Sun Tzu reached similar conclusions from observation rather than experiments. Both understand that people are influenced by perception. Key difference: Cialdini studies influence scientifically. Sun Tzu studies it strategically. Practical lesson: understanding human psychology often creates more leverage than applying force. Influence is frequently more efficient than confrontation. Sun Tzu and Stephen Covey. Character versus strategy. Stephen Covey focuses heavily on trust, principles, and long-term relationships. Sun Tzu focuses more on strategic effectiveness. Key difference: Covey begins with character. Sun Tzu begins with conditions. Covey asks, "Who should you become?" Sun Tzu asks, "What situation are you facing?" Practical lesson: long-term success requires both. Strong character without strategy may struggle. Strategy without character eventually loses trust. The most surprising discovery: after comparing all these thinkers, something unexpected appears. The greatest minds often disagree about methods, but they repeatedly return to a handful of enduring truths. Understand reality before acting. Control emotions. Adapt to change. Prepare thoroughly. Avoid unnecessary conflict. Recognize your limitations. Think long-term. And never confuse activity with progress. Sun Tzu arrived at these conclusions through warfare. Marcus Aurelius through philosophy. Darwin through biology. Kahneman through psychology. Buffett through investing. Drucker through management. Different paths, different centuries, remarkably similar lessons. And perhaps that's the strongest evidence that some ideas survive, not because they are ancient, but because they describe something fundamental about human nature itself. What if some of the most famous advice in the art of war is incomplete? Not wrong, not useless, just incomplete. Because here's something that rarely gets discussed. The ideas that survive for thousands of years are often powerful enough to solve certain problems, and powerful enough to create new ones when applied blindly. Every great idea has a shadow. Every strength has a limitation. Every strategy works under some conditions and fails under others. And perhaps the best way to understand Sun Tzu is not to ask, "Was he right?" but rather, "When is he right?" And just as importantly, when might he be wrong? So instead of treating the art of war as sacred wisdom that must be accepted without question, let's put its biggest ideas under pressure. We'll examine the strongest criticisms. We'll avoid easy strawman arguments. And we'll ask whether these principles still hold up when challenged by modern psychology, leadership research, economics, history, and real-world experience. Because ideas worth keeping should survive scrutiny. And ideas that survive scrutiny become far more valuable. Idea 1, know yourself and know your enemy. Why people love this idea: it sounds undeniably true. Better understanding should lead to better decisions. The more information you have, the more effectively you can act. The criticism: but do people ever truly know themselves? Modern psychology suggests otherwise. Humans routinely overestimate their abilities, misjudge their motives, and misunderstand their weaknesses. Even worse, we often believe we understand others when we're actually projecting our own assumptions onto them. Many strategic failures begin with false confidence disguised as understanding. A balanced response, the criticism is valid. Perfect self-knowledge is impossible. Perfect understanding of others is impossible. But Sun Tzu's point may not require perfection. The goal is not certainty. The goal is reducing ignorance. A leader who understands 70% of the situation often outperforms one who understands 30%. Practical lesson: treat understanding as a continuous process rather than a finished achievement. The smartest strategist remains curious. Idea 2. All warfare is based on deception. Why people love this idea: it recognizes that perception shapes behavior. What people believe often matters more than objective reality. The criticism applied outside warfare: this idea can become dangerous. A leader who constantly manipulates information may gain short-term advantages. But trust erodes. Relationships weaken. Teams become cynical. Organizations become fragile. Eventually, people stop believing anything. A balanced response, this criticism highlights an important distinction. Deception in warfare serves different purposes than deception in everyday life. In business, leadership, and relationships, credibility often becomes a more valuable asset than manipulation. Sun Tzu's principle works best when applied selectively and ethically. Practical lesson: protect information when necessary, but never underestimate the long-term value of trust. Idea 3. The greatest victory is winning without fighting. Why people love this idea: it sounds wise. Avoid unnecessary conflict. Preserve resources. Achieve goals efficiently. The criticism: sometimes conflict cannot be avoided. History includes moments when refusing to confront problems made them worse. Delaying difficult conversations. Avoiding necessary competition. Ignoring aggressive opponents. These decisions can create larger problems later. A balanced response: Sun Tzu never argues for avoiding all conflict. He argues for avoiding unnecessary conflict. The distinction matters. The real lesson is not passivity. It's selectivity. Practical lesson: don't ask, "Can I avoid conflict?" Ask, "Is this conflict worth the cost?" Idea 4. Attack weakness, avoid strength. Why people love this idea: it promotes efficiency. Why waste resources where opponents are strongest? The criticism: innovation often requires entering areas dominated by powerful competitors. Many breakthroughs happened because people challenged existing strengths directly. If everyone avoided strong competitors, many industries would never change. A balanced response: the criticism is partly true. But Sun Tzu is not arguing against courage. He is arguing against unnecessary disadvantage. Even innovators often find unconventional angles rather than fighting head-on. Practical lesson: challenge strength strategically, not recklessly. Idea 5. Preparation creates victory. Why people love this idea: preparation clearly improves outcomes. Athletes train. Businesses plan. Leaders prepare. The criticism: preparation can become a trap. People sometimes spend so much time planning that they never act. Psychologists call this analysis paralysis. The pursuit of perfect preparation can delay progress indefinitely. A balanced response: preparation matters. Action matters too. Preparation without execution creates no results. Execution without preparation creates unnecessary risk. The challenge is balancing both. Practical lesson: prepare until additional planning produces diminishing returns. Then move. Idea 6. Control your emotions. Why people love this idea: emotional decisions often lead to mistakes. The criticism: modern neuroscience shows emotions are not merely obstacles. They provide valuable information. They guide attention. They influence learning. They shape relationships. Suppressing emotions completely can be as harmful as being controlled by them. A balanced response: Sun Tzu's deeper point may not be emotional suppression. It may be emotional regulation. There is a significant difference. The goal is not to eliminate emotion. The goal is preventing emotion from becoming the sole decision maker. Practical lesson: feel emotions fully, but decide deliberately. Idea 7. Information creates advantage. Why people love this idea: knowledge is power. The more information you have, the better your decisions should become. The criticism: modern organizations often drown in information. Data does not automatically create wisdom. More information can increase confusion. Decision fatigue. Analysis overload. False confidence. A balanced response: the problem is not information itself. The problem is distinguishing signal from noise. Sun Tzu values useful intelligence, not endless data collection. Practical lesson: collect less information. Collect better information. Idea #8. Adapt like water. Why people love this idea: flexibility helps people survive change. The criticism: too much adaptation can create instability. Organizations need consistency. Individuals need principles. Teams need shared values. If everything changes constantly, nothing remains reliable. A balanced response: adaptation works best when combined with stable foundations. Methods can change. Core principles should remain relatively constant. Practical lesson: be flexible in tactics. Be consistent in values. Idea 9. Superior strategy produces superior results. Why people love this idea: it gives people agency. It suggests outcomes can be improved through better thinking. The criticism: luck exists. Randomness exists. Timing matters. External events matter. History is filled with brilliant strategies that failed and poor strategies that succeeded. A balanced response: this may be the most important criticism in the entire book. Strategy influences probabilities. It does not control outcomes. A great strategy increases your chances. It does not guarantee success. Practical lesson: judge yourself by decision quality, not only by results. The deepest criticism of all, perhaps the strongest criticism of The Art of War, is that it views life primarily through the lens of competition. Opponents, advantages, conflicts, victories, and in some situations, that framework is incredibly useful. But not every important part of life is a contest. Friendship isn't a battle. Parenting isn't a battle. Love isn't a battle. Scientific discovery isn't always a battle. Community building isn't a battle. Sometimes cooperation creates more value than competition ever could. A balanced response: this doesn't make Sun Tzu wrong. It simply reveals the boundaries of his framework. He was writing about strategic conflict, not about every dimension of human flourishing. And perhaps the wisest readers know when to use a framework and when to set it aside. Final reflection: after examining the criticisms, something surprising happens. Most of Sun Tzu's ideas do not collapse, but they do become more nuanced. Know your enemy becomes recognize the limits of your knowledge. Control your emotions becomes regulate emotions rather than suppress them. Information creates advantage becomes useful information creates advantage. Adapt constantly becomes adapt tactics while preserving principles. The result is not a weaker version of The Art of War. It's a more mature one, because the strongest ideas are not those that survive by avoiding criticism. They are the ones that become even more useful after criticism has done its work. Most people read The Art of War and imagine armies. Generals standing on battlefields. Soldiers marching into conflict. Ancient kingdoms fighting for survival. And then they close the book and think, interesting history. But what if the real battlefield isn't out there? What if it's the conversation you're avoiding? The promotion you're chasing? The business you're trying to build? The money you're trying to save? The emotions you're trying to control? The decisions you're making every single day? Because here's the surprising truth. Most people will never command an army, but everyone will face conflict. Everyone will face uncertainty. Everyone will compete for opportunities. Everyone will navigate relationships. Everyone will make decisions under pressure. And that's why the art of war has survived for more than 2,500 years. Not because most people are fighting wars, but because everyone is trying to navigate a world filled with complexity, uncertainty, and human behavior. The weapons have changed. The battlefield has changed. The principles haven't. So let's bring Sun Tzu's ideas out of ancient China and into your actual life. Your relationships, your career, your finances, your leadership, your emotions, and the hundreds of small decisions that quietly shape your future. Principle 1. Know yourself. Know your opponent. Ancient meaning: understand both sides before taking action. In relationships, many arguments happen because people focus entirely on their own perspective. They know what they want, but they never stop to ask, what does the other person want? The moment you understand both sides, conversations become easier. Conflicts become clearer. Solutions become possible. At work, before negotiating a raise, most people think about why they deserve one. Few think about what their manager cares about. Understanding both perspectives creates leverage. In finances, know your financial habits. Know your weaknesses. Know the situations where you're most likely to overspend. The first opponent is often yourself. Daily decision: before every important conversation, ask, what outcome do I want? What outcome do they want? Principle 2. Win before the battle begins. Ancient meaning: preparation creates victory. In relationships, the strongest relationships aren't built during crises. They're built long before crises arrive. Trust is accumulated in advance. At work, people often admire confident presenters. What they don't see are the hours of preparation. Confidence is frequently preparation in disguise. In finances, financial stability usually begins years before an emergency occurs. Savings are preparation. Insurance is preparation. Learning is preparation. Daily decisions: spend 10 minutes preparing for tomorrow before going to bed. Small preparation reduces future stress. Principle 3. Avoid fighting strength against strength. Ancient meaning: attack weaknesses instead of strengths. In relationships, not every disagreement requires confrontation. Some issues are solved more effectively through empathy than force. At work, if a competitor dominates one area, don't copy them. Find an area they neglect. In finances, don't chase investments because everyone else is chasing them. Look where others aren't paying attention. Daily decision: whenever you feel stuck, ask, am I solving this the hard way? Principle 4. Control your emotions. Ancient meaning: never allow anger or fear to dictate strategy. In relationships, the worst messages are often the ones sent immediately. Anger creates temporary certainty. Regret often follows. At work, people frequently damage careers through emotional reactions. One impulsive moment can undo years of progress. In finances, fear drives panic selling. Greed drives reckless buying. Both are expensive. Daily decision: delay major decisions when emotions are running high. Principle 5. Information creates advantage. Ancient meaning: knowledge reduces uncertainty. In relationships, many conflicts are built on assumptions. A simple question often reveals the truth. At work, people who understand their industry usually make better decisions. Not because they are smarter, because they are better informed. In finances, research before investing. Research before borrowing. Research before purchasing. Daily decision: replace one assumption each day with a question. Principle 6. Adapt like water. Ancient meaning: respond to changing conditions. In relationships, people change. Expectations change. Life changes. Strong relationships adapt together. At work, industries evolve constantly. The people who succeed are often the ones willing to learn new skills. In finances, economic conditions shift. Strategies that worked 5 years ago may not work today. Daily decision: when something isn't working, adjust sooner. Don't wait for reality to force the change. Principle 7. Choose your battles carefully. Ancient meaning: not every conflict is worth fighting. In relationships, many arguments are about being right rather than solving problems. Winning the argument can damage the relationship. At work, some workplace conflicts produce no meaningful reward. Avoiding them preserves energy. In leadership, leaders who fight every battle eventually exhaust themselves and their teams. Daily decision: ask, even if I win, what do I gain? Principle 8. Momentum creates power. Ancient meaning: small advantages compound. In relationships, consistent kindness matters more than occasional grand gestures. At work, small improvements accumulate. One new skill, one new connection, one new opportunity. In finances, a small amount invested consistently often beats sporadic large efforts. Daily decision: focus on today's action rather than distant results. Momentum follows consistency. Principle 9. Position matters more than effort. Ancient meaning: success often depends on where you stand before action begins. In relationships, being a good listener creates trust before difficult conversations occur. At work, the right environment can accelerate growth. The wrong environment can limit it. In finances, good financial decisions become easier when systems are already in place. Daily decision: design environments that make good choices easier. Principle 10. The greatest victory is winning without fighting. Ancient meaning: the best victory avoids unnecessary conflict entirely. In relationships, many problems disappear through understanding before they become arguments. At work, the best leaders prevent problems before they emerge. In finances, avoiding major mistakes often matters more than finding extraordinary opportunities. In daily life, the easiest stress to manage is the stress you never create. The hidden lesson behind every principle: when people hear the art of war, they often think the book is teaching them how to defeat others. But after 2,500 years, a different lesson begins to emerge. The most important battles are rarely against competitors. They are against impulsiveness, against poor preparation, against emotional reactions, against short-term thinking, against ego, against avoidable mistakes. The battlefield may look different for each person. For one person, it's a relationship. For another, it's a career. For another, it's money. For another, it's leadership. For another, it's their own mind. But the challenge remains surprisingly similar: to understand reality clearly, to act deliberately, to adapt when circumstances change, and to make decisions today that your future self will thank you for tomorrow. That may be the most practical lesson Sun Tzu ever taught. The greatest victory isn't over someone else. It's over the habits and decisions that quietly work against your own success. Imagine standing at the edge of a battlefield. Not a battlefield of swords, shields, or armies, but one built from decisions. Every conversation you avoid, every opportunity you hesitate to take, every challenge that tests your patience, every moment when emotion competes with reason. That is the battlefield Sun Tzu has been describing all along. Over 2,000 years have passed since these words were first written. Empires have risen. Empires have fallen. Technology has transformed the world beyond anything Sun Tzu could have imagined. Yet human nature remains remarkably familiar. We still fear uncertainty. We still rush when patience would serve us better. We still mistake activity for progress. We still believe that winning means overpowering others, when often it begins with mastering ourselves. That is why the art of war has never truly become an old book. It became something far greater, a mirror. Every chapter reflects a different part of the human mind. Preparation instead of panic. Clarity instead of confusion. Discipline instead of impulse. observation instead of assumption, patience instead of unnecessary force. Perhaps the greatest lesson hidden inside these pages is that life rarely rewards the person who moves first. It rewards the person who understands first, because every visible victory begins as an invisible decision. Long before anyone notices success, someone chose to prepare. Someone chose to observe. Someone chose to remain calm while everyone else reacted. That quiet choice changed everything. Maybe that is why these ideas continue to shape entrepreneurs, athletes, military leaders, negotiators, psychologists, and decision-makers around the world. Not because they promise domination, but because they teach understanding. And understanding has always been one of humanity's greatest advantages. If today's journey sparked your curiosity, don't let it end here. Reading The Art of War yourself is a completely different experience. Some books are read once and forgotten. This is one of those rare books that reveals something new every time you return to it, because as your life changes, the lessons seem to change with you. Years from now, you may revisit the same chapter and discover a meaning you couldn't have understood today. That is the mark of timeless wisdom. And perhaps that is why generations continue to study it, debate it, and pass it on. If you enjoyed exploring these ideas, you're exactly the kind of thinker this community was built for. Here at Dark Mind Pro, we don't simply summarize great books. We explore the psychology behind them. We uncover the hidden patterns beneath history, philosophy, strategy, human behavior, influence, leadership, and the invisible forces that shape the decisions we make every day. Our goal isn't just to teach information. It's to help you see the world differently. Because once your perspective changes, your decisions change. And once your decisions change, your future begins to change with them. If this video challenged the way you think, consider subscribing to Dark Mind Pro and turning on notifications so you don't miss what's coming next. We're only getting started. In the coming videos, we'll dive even deeper into some of the world's most influential books, timeless philosophies, powerful psychological principles, forgotten historical strategies, and the hidden ideas that continue to shape modern society. Some of these works have transformed civilizations. Others have quietly transformed individual lives. Together, we'll uncover both. Until our next journey, remember the lesson that echoes through every chapter of The Art of War. The greatest victories are rarely won in the moment they become visible. They are won in the choices no one sees, in the preparation no one applauds, in the patience no one notices, in the wisdom to understand before acting. Because the most important battle you will ever fight may never look like a battle at all. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next chapter of Dark Mind Pro.